Oklahoma has a big game, man. Huge game, week number 2 against Michigan. And that's a home game for them. It's in Norman. Very, very winnable game, of course. Game's going to be like a pick 'em. Maybe it's Michigan -1 or whatever. But Oklahoma with a 2-0 start is going to move rapidly. You know, that price, if they can beat Michigan, which I actually find myself probably on Michigan in that game, or on Oklahoma rather, you're talking about an easy price that you could get ahead of here. So Oklahoma to make the playoffs, BetMGM has plus 350. And then some competitive books are closer to 4-1. That's a team I kind of price similarly to USC. Now, the market's a little bit higher on Oklahoma than USC. But if Mateer is as good as everybody says he is, I know he's a very, very sexy pick for Heisman. I'm not there. But if Oklahoma beats Michigan, you can kiss that 4-1 playoff bet long gone. So that's sort of the advice. Try and find a team in that 4 to 5-1 range that might have an easy slate early or a relatively controllable slate where you can do some damage and pick that number off before the season starts. Because if Oklahoma beats Michigan, you're going to see 225, 250, and then everybody will come rushing in to bet it. So you want to be ahead of the curve, not after the curve.
I hear this a lot from fans who, are not Washington fans, which is, well, what about a sophomore slump? What about what we saw from C.J. Stroud? Why does that not happen with Jaden Daniels?
I just don't see a flaw, Michael. I mean, he literally is a rookie, strapped the team to his back and took him to an NFC championship game, the 6th rookie quarterback in NFL history to do it, and the only one to do it where the offense was the reason they got there, and the quarterback was the reason they got there. He throws the ball well deep. He throws the ball well in the intermediate range. He throws the ball with great timing, with great touch. He is obviously one of the 2 or 3 best playmaking quarterbacks in the league off schedule as a runner, both as a designed runner, option runner, and then, in a scramble situation. Last year, I'm not sure I've ever seen, other than maybe Vic and Lamar, a better scrambler off schedule. There just isn't anything you can point to. And like we've talked a lot about it on the show. It's like, what are we going to say this year when he does something that surprises us? Nothing will. That's the answer, is that we're not going to say at any point this year, oh, my God, thank God he really improved that, because he wasn't very good at that as a rookie. He was great at everything as a rookie, not to mention just the clutch gene and the clutch factor of delivering over and over again with the game on the line. So, I don't know. Dan Marino's best year was his second year. You look at Josh Allen after his first year of starting, his second year was spectacular. There are a lot of examples of, outstanding rookie quarterbacks who didn't decline in year 2. And the truth is, with Stroud, he was decent last year. The O-line struggled. They still won 10 games in a playoff game at home against the Chargers.
Network. It's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off on a Wednesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up, oh my God. Guys, it finally happened. Oh my God, yes. Taylor and Travi are getting married. Oh, we'll talk about it. When is the date? When are they having babies? What is the wedding going to look like? Did you see the post on the gram? Oh my God, we're so excited. Lord of mercy. We'll get into that. Plus, the rest of the news from around the NFL that comes your way in 20 minutes. We'll also preview the Big Ten during the show and chat with Jake Butt, former Michigan tight end who now works for the Big Ten Network and SiriusXM Radio. I'm Jenks. She's Chelsea. Chelsea, how you doing? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's a big day. We have daytime baseball to bet on.
Yes.
So let me ask you, like, how was the news received in your household? Because I know that you have rolled your eyes continuously when we talk about Taylor Swift, but Catherine, your fiance, is a huge Taylor Swift fan. So was she uncontrollable? Did she handle it smoothly? What was the consensus there?
Well, what was funny is that the lovely Catherine was excited, but I was out in Ashburn with the Commanders when this news broke, and I work with a lot of very talented young women, and we're all friends. And they were losing their minds. Like the producer of our podcast, Anna, we're sitting there and we're getting ready to go into the studio. And I hear, oh my God, guys, Taylor Swift just got engaged. Taylor Swift just got engaged. So she's looking at Instagram. She's freaking out. All of a sudden, Maddie comes in and Maddie's like, what? On a Tuesday? On a Tuesday? She got engaged on a Tuesday? And then Caroline, who is in her cubicle, starts playing a Taylor Swift song. And it was like just absolute madness for like 5 or 10 minutes. And I was like, this is wild. Like everybody had to calm down. And then eventually we had to go back to work. And then I got home and the lovely Catherine was very excited. And of course, she posted about it on Instagram like everybody did. And she was pumped about it, but she was also kind of stressed about work at the time. So she was like, oh my God, I'm going to kill somebody right now. So she was excited, but I was right in the middle of a few women just going crazy as soon as they heard the news. It was interesting to sort of watch it go down.
Can I ask you something? Like, what's the appropriate response to hearing that somebody is engaged that you know? Because I feel like I'm not an over-the-top person, and sometimes I feel bad. Because I think sometimes my friends want me to, like, shriek or something. Right. So what was, like, the reaction to, like, your friends? Like, is it personal? Is it, like, based on the person's personality? Or do you need a scream no matter the person?
No, I think it's probably different based on how old you are and your own personal story. Yeah. And, you know, I think for me, I just got a lot of very personal messages. It wasn't people like screaming and screeching. It was just a lot of very personal, like, hey, I'm really happy for you, or you deserve this, or I can't tell you how happy this makes me. Just like some very intimate, like personal messages where just people I had not heard from in a long time. And they were just like, this is exactly what you deserve. I'm so happy. And that to me is really all you want, right? Just people who reach out and they're genuinely happy for you. Because sometimes people get very, you know, they're sort of like frenemy about it, or they're happy for you, but then maybe they're not because of their own personal issues. Like I remember one of Catherine's friends when we started going out, like her friend was angry with her because it's like, well, we're not going to spend as much time together. And Catherine was like, well, but I'm almost 40. I found someone. I've been looking, like, aren't you happy for me? And I was like, what is this? This is weird. So people can have different reactions, but ultimately I think you just want people who are genuinely happy that you are happy.
Yeah, that's always a red flag. I don't think that person needs to be invited. It
wasn't great.
Like if you're trying to trim the list, I don't think she makes the cut. Because that should never be your reaction, especially like you said, like if you're older in life and you thought maybe it wouldn't happen for you. Yeah. And I think some people thought that for Taylor Swift because in celebrity world, like she's been around the block a while, you know? And I feel like she was getting to the category of like, who was like the running like joke with, Hollywood starlets that couldn't find a man? Was it Jennifer Aniston? Where people were like, I always hope she finds someone. I still don't know if she's found someone.
I don't think so.
I did hear a rumor about her and a certain really high-ranking official, which... Have you heard this rumor?
No,
I don't want to spread it because I don't know if there's any truth to it. A former high-ranking official, so little teaser there. But I think people.
Yes, I know what you're talking about now. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you live in DC. I feel like you definitely have heard this.
Yes, I've heard this before.
But I think at the end of the day, like, people root for people like that. Like, they want them to go through the struggle. Like, we don't want people who are like 22 to find love just right off the bat. You want them to go through the storms because we want people to work for it. It's the same in sports. Mm-hmm. We love the guys who start like Tom Brady, who was a 6th-round pick, who had to work his way up the totem pole and had to work really hard. So I think that's why a lot of people are genuinely happy for Taylor Swift, among other reasons.
It's wild. Like, this is everywhere. I walked in this morning. First thing, Denton, you knew it would be, because the TVs are always blaring. There's a picture of the ring. I mean, it is an absolutely stunning ring. Reportedly 10 carats, around $1 million on that ring.
Oof.
Oh, yeah. Stunning. Great pictures on Instagram. What was your reaction? What did you think when you heard this news? Because I know the people around me. For me, I was like, oh, good for them. I am absolutely happy for them. But what did you think?
I think of like logistics first. Like, when I saw this, I was like, imagine the pressure surrounding proposing to a billionaire who's the biggest celebrity in the world. Like, you would feel like there's a lot of pressure there, especially when your fan base doubles as a cult. So no pressure, Travis. But I also feel like Travis Kelce is that type of personality where, like, he doesn't overthink it. Like, right. I don't think he was thinking about it. You know, I think it's just like, well, she's awesome. I'm going to propose to her. Because it didn't seem like that crazy, like the proposal. Like, the flowers and the scenery was nice, but it wasn't like, you know, at the top of the Eiffel Tower or something.
Right.
I was wondering if it was going to be more grandiose because Taylor Swift obviously puts on this huge show when she goes on tours, and she is a huge catch.
So how long do you think they've been engaged?
2 weeks.
You think 2 weeks?
It is 2 weeks, right?
Well, I don't know. I was talking with my wife last night. She was like, all right, well, her nails were the same nails that she had during that podcast appearance, but the flowers that were in the picture were flowers that are more in bloom in like the month of May or June. So I don't know if they'd still be this in bloom in August. I don't know what flowers they were. I don't know about flowers. But they're saying that this has been a lot longer, and they just decided to release it on a Tuesday.
Yes, and which is not a mistake. Like, apparently, here's the thing. The only issue I have with this is, look, this was perfectly curated, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, perfect. Absolutely perfect. And now there are numerous reports. I think it was Taylor's dad or someone who said, yeah, they've been engaged for 2 weeks. So it was so perfectly done where, look, Taylor appears on the New Heights podcast. They get all these views. She announces the album. Right after the album, there's going to be different versions, different colors of the vinyl that are coming out for her new album. And then this comes out. So there's been this 2-week period where there's been this slow buildup until this perfect Instagram curation comes out with different Easter eggs. By the way, Tuesday, you know Taylor, 13 is her number, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so August 26th, 13 plus 13, released at 1 o'clock, 13th hour of the day. There's other Easter eggs in there. So, that's what her fans want. So here's the thing, like, I'm super happy for them. All of this is wonderful. I wish them the absolute best. But I will say, when something is so clearly pre-planned and curated, to me, it takes away a little bit of the authenticity. But then again, that's what her fans want. They want everything to be perfect and, you know, sort of tied together in this wonderful way where there's just no notes. And I get that, but it would be nice sometimes to feel like they just kind of went for it without all this planning involved. But that I probably sound like an old guy saying.
And we get a New Heights episode in 3 hours.
Right. Like, it's all perfectly planned.
But on the opposite side, like, if you get engaged, don't you want a few weeks to tell your close friends and family? Like, I think she deserves that. Like, before you release it to the world. Because I know people do this that aren't celebrities. They say, hey, I'm going to post this on Instagram in a week. I wanted to tell you first. So, like, from a very basic standpoint, I do think that makes sense. And how much planning do you think Travis had in this? Like, do you think that Taylor Swift curated this engagement? Because, like, that's my question. If Travis did it, I don't think there's numerology involved. No. I think he was like, yeah, I think it's about time. So I don't know if she had a hand in this because more and more I think it's less kind of against the grain for girls to plan parts of their engagement. Like, I know now women look at rings. Like, for me, it was a complete shock. Like, I didn't have anything to do with it, but I got engaged like 15 years ago. But now I feel like women want more of an active part in their engagement. And I can't see Taylor Swift like sitting back and being like chill about it. Like, she definitely feels like she wears the pants in the relationship.
Oh, there's no question. And because she's such a marketing machine, right? Like, she's going to control all of this. All of this was very controlled. And I think you make a very good point, which is, look, you want some time to share this with your friends, your family, yourself. You want to be able to sort of soak it in and enjoy the moment, because as soon as people find out, they're going to go crazy. Like, it's amazing to me. I sat down yesterday to do the pod with the Commanders, and I thought, okay, this is going to last about an hour. When I log back onto Instagram, how many posts will there be about this engagement in an hour? And I don't follow a lot of people. I hardly follow any celebrities. These are just friends of mine. And I think I saw 10 stories within the hour posting about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. I'm like, this is what? Like, I get it. It's going to be everywhere. But even just people I know are like, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God. And so I get it. But this is kind of when I go into I'm a little worn out by this, because already it was just like everywhere surrounding me. Like, we were doing the pod. And I love Anna. She's an absolute sweetheart and so good at what she does. And we're in the middle of the podcast, and I see her going, just going through her phone. I go, Anna, are you looking at Instagram right now? Are you, during our pod that you're producing, are you watching stories about Travis and Taylor? She's like, yes. I mean, it's just wild to me how many people just get so sucked in by this.
Yeah, but I mean, it's one of those things where you can't look away. Like, you can bury your head in the sand and say like, oh, I'm not going to follow it, but it's going to hit you in the face. So whether you like it or not, it feels like the top story trending around the world. So you might as well like have a take on it. It's fine, like for content standpoint. And I was thinking about this. As much as people love to put down Taylor Swift, you know who used to be like the #1 mega celebrity in the world? It used to be Kim Kardashian. So listen, we could sit here and be talking about that as opposed to Taylor Swift. So from a respectability standpoint, I get that Kim Kardashian's very good at marketing, but at least Taylor Swift has a very honed skill that she worked very hard on. And as a mom, I feel like she is a good role model. So, Jenks, it could be worse.
That's true. I mean, these next few months, though, oh, my God. Like, the number of organizations, like this was the front page of ESPN, right? It was the second story on the NBC Nightly News last night. They had nothing on the war in Ukraine, but this was story number 2. The NHL posted something. And I know, it's crazy. And people were losing their minds. Like, especially hockey fans were like, this has nothing to do with hockey. There was, like, the comments, they were so angry. It's crazy.
Well, it's our royal wedding. Like, since we don't have royals, like, this is probably the closest thing we have to it, right?
That's true.
But do you know who probably loves this? Roger Goodell's like, hell yeah. Another cash cow for another year, because we know that he's going to try to find a way to weave this into games. And it's not hard because the Chiefs are obviously one of the top dogs in the NFL. So, like, it doesn't have to be that, like, obvious.
Yeah.
But he's definitely going to try to use this to make more money.
Oh, yes. The plans are already in place. Like, she's definitely doing halftime at the Super Bowl.
I was about to say, does she do the Super Bowl this year?
Yes.
Because this feels like Kelsey's last year, which, by the way, his 13th season. But this feels like Travis Kelce's last year. Does she do the Super Bowl finally?
Has to. It's going to come together. And this is, the NFL doesn't pay performers to do the halftime show. They would probably pay Taylor because, you know what I mean? If they're going to pay anybody.
I'd pay her under the table.
They would be like, hey, we don't pay people.
Pay you in
also,
cash.
Take this cash, straight cash, unmarked bills, because the ratings it would bring and the eyeballs it would bring. Biggest halftime show in Super Bowl history. And there is a really strong possibility the Chiefs could be playing. There's a viral video. Travis supposed to be in the locker room, but he's peeking out because he wants to watch his fiance perform. Oh, my God. You can just see it. Coming up, he may not have a team right now, but he'll always have the Cutlets. We'll discuss players released on Tuesday, including Tommy DeVito. It's next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Double D, give me a little something, man. I gotta wake up.
Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, the wedding of the year.
Thank you, buddy. Coming up on the show, wow, what a transition. The Saints named their starting quarterback, but is it the right call? Chelsea, I have some great news for you. Great news for you. I thought of you yesterday, and I was going to read this story, but I thought, let's save this. Because guess what was released officially yesterday at Starbucks? That's right.
Ooh.
That's right. Pumpkin spice
latte.
Pumpkin spice latte. It's here. Officially released yesterday. So if you're looking for a PSL, guess what? You can do it. It's that time. And this year, new on the menu, if you're curious, a pecan oat milk cortado and Italian sausage egg bites. I did not know what a cortado was. So I looked
What
it
is
up.
a cortado?
It is basically espresso with a little steamed milk to sort of cut the strength of the bite of the espresso. So there you go. But it also has pecan oat milk in it, as opposed to, regular milk. I don't know how I feel about that. But everyone loves their pumpkin spice lattes, and now you can drop by your local Starbucks, pay your $10 for it, and you're good to go.
It was the perfect basic girl day, right? Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, pumpkin spice latte. Like,
seriously,
things are trending in the right direction for us in the basic girl world. But here's my issue with the pumpkin spice latte coming out so early. Okay. By the time it's actually pumpkin spice season, you're going to be tired of pumpkin spice lattes. I know this because I have walked this path before. So buyer beware. Do not start drinking PSLs in August, because the time you get to November, you're like, all right, is it time for Christmas yet? But maybe since we start Christmas decorating earlier and earlier, maybe it does make sense to push back like the fall start date, since we start decorating for Christmas. What, like before Thanksgiving? Like, have we settled on this?
Let me just say, sorry, I zoned out for a second because I saw someone post on X, Twitter. By the way, give me some clarification. Do I need to say X or should I just say Twitter?
Say whatever you want.
Just say Twitter.
All right.
I'm not giving.
I don't think people
care.
care.
That's the way I feel. Okay, thank you. I'm going from Twitter from now on. So I saw someone post on Twitter, only 121 days until Christmas. I'm like, are you? And they reposted like a picture of Santa and his reindeer. I forget who this was. And I was like, is this a real post? I'm like, let's not have a countdown to Christmas in the final week of August. What are we doing?
Like, I love Christmas as much as the next person, but when you start getting in the Christmas mindset, like, that takes away the specialness of the Christmas season.
Yeah.
Like, it's special because it's not the entire year. It's fine to listen to Christmas songs 2 months out of the year, but nothing more. Plus, it's still basically summer. Like, it's hard to get in that mindset when it's not even fall yet. Like, I don't know, depending on what state you live in. Like, we did have some cooler temps yesterday here in Nashville, but still, when it's 85 degrees, like, no.
Also, when I have a pumpkin spice latte, like, I need it super hot. Like, I don't like it when it starts to get warm. Like, it has to be really hot for me to really enjoy it. And so right now, when it's still sometimes like high 80s, low 90s, I don't want a hot, super hot pumpkin spice latte. But at the very least, it's here. So all the basic girls, it is. I mean, this is your time, right? This is your time to shine.
Hell yeah.
And also, in New Orleans, guess who gets to shine this year? Oh, yeah. Spencer Rattler. Spencer Rattler is your QB1 in New Orleans. There's no good way to make that transition, guys. So here's an awesome sentence. You ready for this? Rattler won the battle between Jake Haener and Tyler Shuck.
Yeah.
Woof. Ooh.
What a quarterback room.
God.
Like, this has to be the worst quarterback room in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like there are other teams where their third string quarterback would probably be better than what they have to offer. in New Orleans. So I think you can make a pretty solid case for the Saints to have the worst record in the NFL. They are the favorite at 4-1. You could even pick a couple teams, with these type of odds. Yeah. So I think the Saints are definitely going to be in the running. At least maybe you can hedge your bet like later on in the season. But it doesn't feel to me like this is a team that's going to get off to a hot start. So I am not high on New Orleans, and I feel like I shouldn't have to explain myself.
No, you don't. The Saints odds are wild, and in the worst way. To have the fewest wins in the NFL, they're 4-1. They are the favorite. I mean, 4-1 for the worst team, and Spencer Rattler quarterback. I might put some money on that. Win total is set at 4.5. To win the NFC South, they're 15-1. That's just to win the division. To win the NFC, they're 150-1. Like, this is going to be a really, really bad football team.
Well, and here's the other thing. Like, I know that we make fun of the NFC South a lot, but I think it's going to be a little better this year. Like, the Bucs are always good. Like, I think people love to knock the NFC South, but the Bucs are usually good, at least for the last few years. And if you expect anything from the Saints, I think they're going to be better. Like, maybe the Panthers take a turn. Bryce Young at least showed some flashes last year of maybe improving. I'm not saying they're going to be like a 10-win team. I am just saying they are fully capable of running the table against the Saints. So the NFC South is going to be a challenge, I think, for the Saints.
Remember when Shuck said this summer on a podcast, don't be surprised if I suck early? I'm like, that's a Saint. That's Saints talk right there. That's a guy who's ready to play in New Orleans. Saints talk. That's why we drafted him. He's got the right attitude to play for this team. Hey, guys, I might suck. You know what? You're Saints material. You're Saints material. Also, when you look at Spencer Rattler, do you remember that high school video of him when he was in high school being the biggest jerk on the planet and insulting like another quarterback on his team, the backup quarterback, and just eviscerating him for no real reason? Now, he has apologized for that. Do you remember that video?
I did, since we put it in the rundown. Like, I definitely Googled it. But I didn't see it when it surfaced for the first time. But I would like to do like a little aside, because with social media now so prevalent, like, I think a lot of us made mistakes in high school. And a lot of us probably weren't the best people when we were teenagers. So I feel like since then he has been humbled. And, last year was a real humbling experience in the NFL. So he has not been, at the top of the mountain. So I feel like he has probably changed since then.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I think everyone, at some point when you're maturing and you're a high schooler, you just do dumb things. You say dumb things. It doesn't excuse everything. But it always kind of bothers me when you'll see someone who is a young adult or just an adult, and someone will look for something that they did like 10 years earlier as a kid. Like, look at this. Look what they did back when they were a junior in high school. Can you believe this? It's like, guys, I was 16 years old. Like, I was an idiot. A lot of people are just like, your brains are still developing. You're still learning about the world. You're saying things without really thinking about them. I'm not excusing all behavior, but you know what I mean? We've all kind of been there where you look back and you're like, what was I thinking?
Yeah, I saw a funny TikTok the other day that was saying, have you followed the show Girls on HBO? Like, it's not a new show. I love it. But they were saying every single character on Girls is unlikable. And it's a show about girls in their 20s. And then the host was like, yeah, but I'm in my 20s and all of my friends are unlikable. They make the worst decisions. People in their 20s are generally unlikable. And now that I'm a savvy vet in my 30s, I feel like I can say that as well, because, I wasn't as good of a person when I was in my 20s. You think about yourself first, and that's kind of the name of the game when you are younger. So I think it goes to even your 20s.
I always have this debate with the lovely Catherine, because we always say, God, I wish we had met sooner. And, of course, I'm biased. I think she's beautiful. And I'm like, if you were in your 20s and you'd met me, I'm just like, I'm not really convinced you would have been into me. And she's like, oh, I absolutely would have. I'm like, I don't know. You change as you get older, and I'm like, you're pretty sassy. Like, you being sassy in your 20s, I think you would have been like, oh, this guy's such a dork. I was like, I don't know. So we go back and forth on that. But obviously, when you're younger, you look at the world a different way.
I think that's the wild part of, like, professional sports, is that I think that we forget that a lot of these guys are still in their 20s. Like, even Micah Parsons. Like, you look at this petty nonsense he does, which, good. Like, okay, it's one incident. But, like, he's a young guy still. So, like, I think you have to have some wiggle room there to where, like, you have to expect these type of things occasionally. Like, not everybody is a grown adult when they're 25 years old, but they make so much money. They have this big platform that I think people forget that.
No, I absolutely think that's the case because they are playing a grown man sport, or in any sport, right? Yeah. Like you're a pro, and a lot of the people watching are, older, they have families, and you forget this guy's 22. You know that, right? Like he's still like learning how to become an adult, and when you're that young, you have to handle a lot of money and fame and cameras and people tracking everything you do. It's just a different world. Well, will we see more of Tommy DeVito? Tommy! Oh, Tommy! Oh, Tommy Cutlets! Hey, Tommy! Where you going, huh? So, Tommy cut yesterday from the Giants. Tommy Cutlets. So he could be claimed off of waivers. If not, maybe he rejoins the Giants practice squad. From Jersey, remember a couple years ago, went viral when he had that nice little run. Actually, his best game was against Washington. 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. I remember that. 3-3 as an NFL starter. 8 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. I hope we see him back. I mean, that's a fun little story. We knew it would probably flame out pretty quickly, and it did. But we'll always have a couple years ago when Tommy was all the talk of the NFL.
Well, more importantly, I want to see his agent, like, trying to negotiate with teams. Because remember, his agent was, like, a big part of the lore. Because if you imagine somebody who went with the narrative of Tommy Cutlets, Italian, like, this is what you would imagine. He looked like a cartoon character. Yes. So I don't know if they are filming this anywhere, but I would love to see Tommy DeVito's agent negotiating these deals with some of these teams. Like, that's the show that we need, not the kingdom.
Oh, yeah. Throw in some pesto, you got a deal. All right, Tommy, let me get on the phone here. Oh, Tommy Cutlets. Well, it's a good story. And the fact that he played for the Giants, being from Jersey, is pretty incredible. Do you know what I mean? Like, that was the perfect connection, because if he and his agent are playing in, I don't know, in Denver. Yeah, Phoenix. He'd be like, this doesn't make sense at all, Oh, let's go play some golf this week. You'd be like, no, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't work. But in, the Meadowlands in New York City, Jersey area, perfect. Also, Deontay Johnson, cut from the Browns yesterday. His journey from, I think he made a Pro Bowl, actually, had a 1,000-yard season a few seasons ago, and then traded from the Steelers to the Panthers in 2024. Panthers to the Ravens also in 2024. Released, claimed by the Texans last year. Claimed by the Ravens this year. Released, signed with the Browns. Released again. Like, I feel like when you go through that sort of journey in your NFL career, maybe your career is coming to an end, because he was a decent receiver at one time, but now it just feels like, done.
Yeah, it's tough in the NFL. It's the league of not for long. But Deontay Johnson did have a run there where he had good numbers. I remember putting prop bets on him because there weren't that many options when he was with the Steelers. But I don't know if there's some other things going on there, because I don't want to speculate, because I don't want to be wrong, but we'd have to ask a Steelers person, because that also goes into the equation as well. Like, you see these veterans that stick around, you're like, what is going on there? And it's because they're such good clubhouse guys. So, like, I'm not necessarily, surmising that Deontay Johnson is not a good clubhouse person, but I do think in the long haul, it helps you get jobs more. So, I don't know. I'd have to ask somebody.
Were you surprised that Xavier Restrepo was cut by the Titans? Because, look, he had a great connection with Cam Ward at Miami, and he was really good in college. So, I mean, I thought, hey, this is a great pickup, right? Like, you had that automatic connection. He was really dynamic. I never cease to be amazed by the fact that you can see someone in college and they look great, but there's something about their game that doesn't translate to the pros. And maybe he'll catch on somewhere else, right? It doesn't mean his career is over, but I was a little surprised to hear this. For you?
No, because I feel like they roast him daily on the local talk radio shows here.
Oh, really?
So apparently there was a preseason game in which Cam Ward and Xavier Restrepo got to the game like 8 hours early. And they're like, dude, you're a receiver. Like, you don't need to get to the game 8 hours early. what are you doing? Like, I think he was trying to do that thing where he was like trying to be a good teammate and stuff, but like, I don't think he ever had a chance. Like the way that they talked about him on the radio, like he was not contending for a starting job. Like he was contending for the practice squad. So I don't think it's a shock to anybody around here.
One more shock a little bit yesterday, if you followed his career, is the former top 10 pick out of Clemson, Isaiah Simmons, who has kind of bounced around the league a little bit, has been cut by the Green Bay Packers, has never really made an impact in the league. Coming up next on the show, Team USA might have found their starting quarterback for the Olympics in 2028, and he's never even played pro football. That and a whole lot more. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Wednesday. Great to be with you. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Oh, man, I'm excited. Week 1 of college football. We're going to talk with Jake Butt from the Big Ten Network coming up later on the show as well. Get his insight on the Big Ten. We'll preview the Big Ten. That's coming up at the top of the hour. But before that, Chelsea, this is an interesting story that Denton found yesterday. The top-ranked flag football quarterback in the United States, this is according to Legion Hoops and also ballislife.com, is former NBA star Rajon Rondo, who apparently loves playing flag football. And I was watching some videos yesterday, and this cat can sling it around. Maybe he's the guy who's our quarterback here in 3 years for the red, white, and blue. I can't believe this. This is a crazy story.
It is crazy, but it makes a lot of sense as well. Because, like, he was an NBA point guard. So I don't know too much about flag football, but, like, how much are you really throwing the ball, like, 70 yards? Like, I don't think it's that much, right? So I don't know how much arm strength has to do with this. But at the end of the day, like, we're still not ranking NFL quarterbacks. Like, NFL quarterbacks still haven't had the chance to be ranked. So if you're asking me if I would rather have Lamar Jackson or Rajon Rondo, like, I'm still picking Lamar Jackson. Like, that feels like common sense, right?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is that when you talk about these pro athletes, like, we see this all the time, right? Like Steph Curry playing golf. You're like, wow, this guy's a damn good golfer. Or you'll see an offensive lineman, and he's almost 300 pounds, but he can dunk a basketball. Like, you forget how athletic these guys all the way around are. And then some of these guys, you know, played multiple sports. Look at Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray was a top 10 baseball pick. You know, Patrick Mahomes played baseball. That's why he has the ability to throw the football at different angles, and he credits that to playing baseball. So I think that's probably what it is, where you so greatly associate a particular athlete with their chosen sport, but you forget, oh, yeah, this guy can do whatever he wants because he's an exceptional athlete. He's a pro.
I do think there's limitations to it, though, because I think Steph Curry is a really good golfer, but I'm not sure how he would fare, like, on the tour. Like, having to do it week in, week out. Because, like, that's part of golf is, like, you have to do it not just one round. You have to do it 4 rounds. You have to do it all season long. Same goes with, remember that debate about Tyreek Hill facing Noah Lyles in a race? And everybody's like, Tyreek Hill would toast him. It's like, no, like, the technical aspect of it, like, Noah Lyles does this, and he's one of the best in the world, and he's, you know, won international competitions. So I think it's one of those things where up to a point, like, Tyreek Hill could definitely compete on, you know, an international level, but I don't think he could be the best of the best. Like, same with Rajon Rondo. I think he'd be really good, but I still am not taking him over Lamar Jackson.
Oh, right. No. I mean, I think it's, you know, it's not saying they compete at the highest level. It's just saying that they have more well-rounded athletic talent than you would anticipate, right? Just because they have those natural built-in skills. Like Tyreek Hill is mega fast. He's not an Olympic speedster. Like, someone was having this debate with me, and I was like, let's look up the times in the 40, in the 60,
it's black
in the
and
100.
white.
Right. And I'm like, and at every level, Noah Lyles was. And, of course, we're talking about small increments because that's how things are measured when you're talking about sprinting and track and field. But at every level, it was Noah Lyles, and it wasn't particularly close. I'm like, yeah. He's a gold medalist. He's a professional. He's a professional track athlete. So, yes, you might be able to run fast, but you're not going to be an Olympian, just like Steph Curry is very good at golf, but he's not going to win the U.S. Open. You know what I mean?
Right. Even though, like, maybe if he took, like, 3 years off and really focused on golf, like, maybe he could be. But I think that's where it's tough for athletes of other sports, is that they're not putting the time and practice into it that the guys who are also extremely talented. And we know, like, even to be successful at any sport, no matter how talented you are, you got to practice some. You have to learn, like, the nuances of the job. So I think, you know, it's just not an even playing field from the get-go.
No question. So that's exciting, though. It'll be interesting to watch because we're a long time away I mean, I'm not really particularly interested in breaking down what's going to happen in 3 years in the Olympics. Although, I think I did tell you a few weeks ago when I was watching ESPN2, and they were like, yeah, how is Team USA going to fare in the Olympic Games? I'm like, in 3 years? Okay.
We need football games soon.
Yes, we need football immediately. I was like, God, please, football, please. But you never know. I mean, when this happens and there's open tryouts or however it goes down, maybe Rajon Rondo ends up being a guy who tries out, ends up being the quarterback. That would be crazy. So let's talk a little football now, because we got to get back to the Micah Parsons situation. The marriage with the Cowboys not going well. So we saw on Friday, I believe it was, Cowboys and Falcons in their final preseason game. And Micah Parsons was on the trainer's table on the sidelines taking a little napski. It had been a long day for Micah. And so he decided to lay down. The pictures are pretty hilarious. He's kind of flopping around the trainer's table. So it wasn't a good look. And clearly he was trying to make a point, which is, A, maybe I'm a little tired. But B, I'm tired of this contract negotiation with Jerry Jones. So, according to Calvin Watkins of the Dallas Morning News, yesterday, Micah had an hour-long conversation with head coach Brian Schottenheimer about his actions. Don't really know what was said, but hopefully they cleared that up, because Brian Schottenheimer said after that game against the Falcons, I'll talk with Micah. We'll figure it out. They had that discussion yesterday. I wonder how that went down. And now it's, Trey Hendrickson signed for the next year. Terry McLaurin got his extension. Micah sitting around trying not to take a nap.
So if you're a head coach, what's your strategy here? Because I think for me, you have to play good cop. And you have to lay it on thick with the compliments. Because sometimes people take different types of coaching and different types of parenting. Like, I think in this situation, Micah Parsons is clearly acting out because of his rift with Jerry Jones. Like, that's not hard to see. So I think if I'm Brian Schottenheimer, I'm like, listen, Jerry kind of sucks. We know this, but do this for your teammates. Do this for me. I'm a first-year head coach. Make my job a lot easier. I will do whatever it takes. I will take your side in every single argument. That's the strategy I would be taking.
Yes. You got to sit down. You have to sit down, Micah Parsons, and say, look, can we talk off the record here? Just me and you. Look, Jerry's crazy, okay? We know he's crazy. He's probably down at Rick's Cabaret right now, tying one on, okay? He's going to get in front of the cameras. He's going to say something nuts. I know your agent didn't say that, okay? Jerry's crazy. There's a reason why he hasn't won anything in 3 decades. Okay, that was Jimmy Johnson. But I need you to do me a solid. Right, this is my first year as head. I need you to stand up on the sidelines and not take a nap on the trainer's table. I know it's hard. It's hard.
Don't sleep.
Just please don't sleep during the games. Can we do that? Can we compromise there? I got enough on my plate. I mean, trust me, I deal with Jerry all the time. This guy. I get it. You deserve all the money on the planet. I hope you get it. I'm going to go to bat for you. Okay, I got you, but I just need you to stand up on the sidelines and not take a nap, because I got a lot of things on my plate right now. Please, Micah, all right? And we'll get you that deal. Shake hands. This never happened, by the way, right? Whatever it takes. But poor Ryan Schottenheimer. I mean, this is a distraction he just doesn't need.
Yeah, if anything, I feel like I pull at the thread of do this for your teammates. Yeah. Because I do think at the end of the day, Micah Parsons cares about his team, and he does want to win. Like, we've seen that over the past couple seasons when the Cowboys have struggled. Micah Parsons is not apathetic to it. So, like, nobody can accuse him of not caring. So the fact that he's doing this act of, like, sleeping on the sidelines, it just shows how bad it's gotten. But, Jenks, now we have these rumors floating around about Micah Parsons. Which, let me start by asking you this. You've covered the NFL for quite some time.
I have,
If you see a rumor floating around like this, how much of it do you think the agent has floated out there? Because if I'm the agent, I'm starting the rumor mill. I'm saying, look at all these teams that are lining up for my client. Time is now. You got to sign him, or else somebody else is going to get him.
This happens all the time. All the time. I mean, that's part of the game. And the worst is draft season, right? And because it's not just agents, it's teams leaking through different media contacts, right? And where you hear, oh, this team wants to trade up. We've seen it move markets, just these little bitty bits of information that are put out there. So I think this happens on a regular basis. Let's leak this. Let's try to sway public opinion. Let's maybe put a seed of doubt in the team that we're negotiating with, whatever it is. This is all part of the game. It's a very subtle part of the game, but I think this happens, yes, all of the time. No question about it.
Yeah, so how much of the Micah Parsons to Green Bay rumor do you think is the agent? Do you think Packers fans should be excited for anything?
I don't think Jerry's going to let Micah Parsons go. No way.
Right?
His ego is too big. No, he does. Here's the thing. He doesn't have to. Micah Parsons, unfortunately, can be as angry as he wants. He can sit out all he wants and not get paid. But at the end of the day, when you're talking about a battle of egos, Jerry has the biggest ego. And he has the pocketbook to pay the money. Whether it's a smart decision is maybe a different discussion. But look, he's locked in to Micah Parsons this year. Micah Parsons is locked into this contract. Also, Jerry can franchise Micah Parsons. It wouldn't be a prudent move financially, but then again, Jerry's wasted millions of dollars waiting on the negotiation for contracts with Dak and CD anyway. He could franchise Micah next year and the year after that. And even Jerry himself has said, well, I mean, are you going to sit out for 3 years? Like, he's already implied, maybe I'll just keep you as long as I want. Jerry is not going to trade Micah. If he does, I'll be happy to eat crow here, but I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, especially since he has the contractual high ground here.
Yes.
Like, Micah Parsons doesn't have a leg to stand on. And we've seen this happen in the NFL. Like, wasn't it T. Higgins that was just franchised year after year?
Yeah.
Like, please give me a new deal. No.
Washington did it with Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins, that's when he started making bank and continues to make bank. They just franchise him. So it's not something that we haven't seen before. Coming up next on the show, it's now or never for Double D's Nittany Lions. We're previewing the Big Ten next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Rise and shine, people. College football season is officially here, and we get you ready for week one in the college ranks by previewing the Big Ten today. We'll do that in this segment. Do they win a third straight national championship? Can James Franklin win the big one? And who is this year's Indiana? That's going to be in this segment. It's 7:20. We go on to baseball as we have some daytime action if you want to get something on the card. At 7:40, can pumpkin spice latte season derail me from complaining about the day? Absolutely not. It's a Whine About It Wednesday. It's my favorite segment of the entire week. And we tell you what's grinding our gears on a Whine About It Wednesday. All coming up next on the Daily Tip. So, Jenks, I could use this for a Whine About It Wednesday, but I choose not to because I have other things in store for that. But have you noticed how these conference names that include numbers in the title, like, it's so confusing to me that the Big Ten has 18 teams. What are we doing? Like the Big 12, do you think they have 12 teams? No, they don't. What about, does the Pac-12 still exist? It definitely doesn't have 12 teams. Remember when it went from Pac-10 to Pac-12 because of that reason? Should they be changing these names, or do you think it's such an iconic name like the Big Ten that you got to keep it?
Yeah, I think that's what it is, where you just have to accept the fact that the Big Ten has been around for so long and is so iconic. You would lose brand identity by changing it to the Big 18. And by the way, which we talked about, Cracker Barrel is going back to its old logo because of all the uproar. So they're going back because people just lost their minds about that, which we talked about. So it would be the same thing where, yes, it would make more common sense to change the name, but there's such a loyalty and such a history there, it just wouldn't make sense. So I know what you're saying, and I get confused too, but they can't do that.
Yeah, nah, there's too much into it. But it is difficult, like looking at the Big Ten schedule and seeing all these teams like Washington, USC, because I always think of, what is it, that like Fox graphic that is like a cartoon and it flyers over all of the campuses. And it used to be like this one section of the country, but now they have to go all the way to USC. And it's just one of those things where you're like, oh, this is so confusing. But that's the world we live in college football. And I will say, from a scheduling standpoint, since the Big Ten has 18 teams, some of these teams get easy schedules. And we saw it play a role in the college football playoff last year, as Indiana did not have the toughest schedule in the world, and they parlayed it into a trip to the college football playoff. So, Jenks, I think a lot of the handicap in the Big Ten this year is looking at schedules and say, okay, which teams get Ohio State, which teams have to travel to some tough places. So from there, let's get into our betting preview. Okay. So if you're looking for odds to win it, Ohio State is your favorite at plus 190. Penn State is plus 240. Let's stop there for a second. Did it surprise you that Ohio State has shorter odds than Penn State? A Penn State team that is extremely talented this year, returns their quarterback, and it feels like on paper should win a national championship?
I think this is Penn State's year. It should be their year. If not now, when? They are the most experienced team in the Big Ten when you talk about big names coming back, impactful players coming back. Drew Aller's back. So is Katron Allen, Nick Singleton, right? They bring in Jim Knowles, who has been a defensive mastermind everywhere he has gone. And they already had a stout defense, a top 10 defense last year. This is the one thing holding them back. Maybe you've heard this before. It's James Franklin. Can he take the most talented team, this experienced group of guys who have all the talent to win it all, and finally get over the top? As a favorite, Penn State is 34-2. As an underdog, they're 0-6. So when they're favored to win, they get it done. But if they face a team that on paper is slightly better, they just can't get over the hump. But this has to be the year for Penn State. I think Ohio State is a little bit overvalued here just because it's Ohio State, because of the defending national champions. This has to be the year for the Nittany Lions. If they don't get it done this year, it's going to be another long wait.
Yeah, absolutely. But I would say I have more confidence in betting them to win the Big Ten than maybe the national championship, because I will say their schedule lines up pretty well. CBS Sports ranks them as having the 16th toughest schedule in the Big Ten out of 18 teams, which is, too long didn't read. It is one of the easiest schedules, as opposed to Ohio State has the third hardest, because obviously Ohio State has that non-conference game to start the year against Texas that is a very tough one, even though it's a home game. So I think at plus 240, Penn State, that's the bet that I like the most. That or the win total, 10.5.
Yeah, I think that's a good bet. At plus 240, I don't mind Penn State. Don't they have to win it this year? Don't they just have to? I mean, they don't have to. Right? I mean, they really don't have to. It just, when you look at them, you think of how they finished the season and how close they were, and it's another year of experience, and they bring so many guys back. They upgraded at receiver, in the portal. Mm-hmm. And by the way, we were talking about LeVar Arrington II. I'm not saying he's going to have a huge impact this year, but it's just crazy to think about, wearing his dad's old number, 11. And so he's a freshman on the team, which, oh my God, that makes me feel so old, talking about LeVar Arrington II. But we've heard a lot of people who are very close to the sport, who follow the sport closely, and a lot of them say it has to be Penn State. And I think it does. Plus 240 isn't the best odds, but I would definitely take the Nittany Lions over the Buckeyes.
Do you think a team from the Big Ten wins the national championship?
I mean, it's certainly possible. I think it's going to be Texas. I think it might be Clemson, too. I honestly, I would bet on Texas. I would bet on Clemson. Or maybe Penn State. If it's going to be a team from the Big Ten, I think it's going to be Penn State. I think Ohio State, while they're going to be talented and they just plug and play players, we know this, I think we're giving them a little bit too much credit. And I feel like they're replacing a lot of guys, and it might take them a while to gel, which gives Penn State the advantage because they do have that experience that is already ready to go. So if it's going to be a Big Ten team, I think it's the Nittany Lions, but I say Penn State, Clemson, and Texas probably your top three.
Yeah, and plus it's just hard to win a national championship 3 years in a row from the same conference. Especially now that we have, it feels like more parity between, I say that, but the Big Ten's won each of the last two national championships. So we'll see. So it does feel like a top-heavy conference where I do think it's probably going to come down to Ohio State and Penn State. But we've seen teams kind of come out of nowhere and make the college football playoff. We saw it last year with Indiana. So I know everybody's asking the same question. Who is this year's Indiana? Jenks, it could be Indiana, but it could be some other teams. I know people are high on Nebraska. Some people are making a case for Illinois if you're basing it on schedule strength, because Illinois has a pretty easy one. Are you taking any of those teams to be this year's Indiana?
I wouldn't mind putting a sprinkle on Illinois. I think Illinois is interesting because you're getting them at 40-1. They won 10 games last year for the first time in 23 years. They have a manageable schedule. Some tough games on there, but it's doable. And also they have Luke Altmaier back at quarterback, who's very good. So, yeah, long odds, and there are certainly some teams in the conference who are better than Illinois, but I'm sure Brad Evans has a hot take on this because he's a big Illinois guy. I know he loves his Fighting Illini, but I do like Illinois.
Yeah, they do get Ohio State at home. I still don't think I'm taking Illinois, but their schedule lines up pretty well. But there is a big game pretty early in the schedule, at least with Big Ten implications, where they do play Indiana on the road September 20th. And we were just talking about our ACC previews yesterday. Their second game of the season is on the road at Duke. It's an 11 a.m. game. Whoa. I think if they get caught sleeping, be careful, because Duke has a quarterback that they're paying $4 million of NIL money. So I would think he's got to be at least decent. But a lot of people like Illinois this year. And here's the difficult part, I think, of handicapping football, is sometimes it can feel like an echo chamber where one person starts buying in on a team and then it feels like everybody kind of follows suit. Do you understand what I'm saying? And it's really hard to go against the grain because everybody, like one person's like, oh, Illinois. And you're like, hey, me too. And so sometimes you really have to do your own homework. I know a lot of people are high on Nebraska this year, but like how many times do we say, oh, Nebraska's back? Like they've got this great, proud pedigree. But I will say they do have some pieces that are easy to like. Dylan Raiola, the Patrick Mahomes wannabe, manning the ship out there. They are 35-1 to win the Big Ten. I think for teams like that, it's more win totals. Like, I don't think I'm taking those teams to win the Big Ten because I do think it's still a top-heavy conference. But what about 7.5 wins? Or what about any of these win totals for these teams not named Ohio State and Penn State?
I think I might go under on Ohio State. I can get to 10. But I think that, here's the thing. I know I'm coming at this from a Longhorns perspective, but Ohio State, if you look at sort of how they prepared for the season, like Julian Sayin has like no experience as a college football starter. Like transfer from Alabama, has all the tools, but it was a battle there for a while. Like it was supposed to be him. He's the guy. We don't have to worry about it. He's our quarterback. There was a battle in camp before they finally decided, okay, it's Julian Sayin. Also, Ryan Day, what was it, a week and a half ago, said they're still trying to figure out the offensive line. And they hadn't really come to a conclusion on which guys were going to start. And I know they lost a ton of talent on both sides. They just replaced those guys with blue chippers. But if it takes you a while to figure out your quarterback and you're still kind of shuffling around your offensive line, and also you have 2 new coordinators, those are a lot of question marks, right? So Ohio State absolutely has the pieces to come together at the end of the season, but you know how it is when you replace coordinators, because not only do you replace the talent, then this new talent has to learn a brand new system. And a lot of times you see a quarterback who has been in a system for 1, 2, 3 years, and they become better just because they're more familiar with the system. Same thing on the defensive side of the football. So I think because of that, I think there could be a couple games where the Buckeyes let down just because there are just so many new parts, not just on the field, but on the coaching staff.
Right. And I think when your top 2 players are receivers, as luxurious as that is, you still need a quarterback to throw to them. So, like, if your quarterback is not effective, it kind of cancels out some of the effectiveness of top-tier receivers. So we'll see how that plays out for Ohio State. As far as win totals go, I think Indiana's, maybe you could make a case for the over there. It's set at 8.5. I believe, 8.5. I was just looking at their schedule. They, again, have a pretty easy schedule. It's not as easy as it was last year. But I think their tough ones are going to be on the road at Iowa. That's a tough place to play. On the road at Oregon. Those 2 games are back-to-back. I'm counting those as losses. They're going to lose to Penn State on the road. But other than that, it's Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, Indiana State. They get Illinois at home, Michigan State at home, UCLA at home, on the road at Maryland, go to Penn State, that's a loss, Wisconsin at home, and then Purdue. So I think there's 9 wins in there. I think it's exactly 9. I think Indiana's going to win 9 games.
God, that schedule is nice. Very nice.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
I think that's
State.
The thing in the Big Ten. When you have 18 teams, you don't have to play all the big dogs.
Yeah. It's crazy. Probably take a loss to Kennesaw State, Indiana State. Like, God, that schedule is nothing. By virtue of schedule alone, I think I put a sprinkle on that. That's wild. That's a weak schedule.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know. The fighting Justin Verlanders of Old Dominion.
ODU.
But schedule matters, especially like for win totals. Like, I'm not buying into like some of these fringy teams to win a national championship. Like, as much as I'd love to talk about like a fringy team from the Big Ten or the SEC to win a national title, like we've seen a steady diet of blue bloods winning a national championship. I'm not saying they can't get to the college football playoff, but I think it's very similar to basketball. Once you get to that like top Final Four stage of things, like the cream rises to the top.
Yes. And also, when you have a conference like the Big Ten with so many teams, you tend to forget about the other teams at the bottom, right? Why would you pay attention to those teams? I just happened to glance here and see that Purdue's win total is set at 2.5.
The schedule's brutal.
Oh,
Like, they have the
Bad
hardest
team.
schedule, I think, in the Big Ten.
God, that's a bad combination. Not a talented team, brutal schedule, win total at 2.5. I mean, somebody's got to be at the bottom, but that's just insane to see that.
Is it basketball season yet? They might
That's
be
what
saying.
they're thinking. The Boilers are like, just please, we're going to skip football. It didn't happen this year. Straight to basketball.
Yeah, remember how good Zach Edey was? Let's remember those days.
Yeah, you guys remember Zach, right?
Yeah, he was great.
Yeah, it's great.
All right, coming up next, our daily baseball bets. What we've got on the card for today, that's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It's a Wednesday, which means we get daytime baseball. If you're bored with your life and you say, hey, I need something to do this afternoon, we got you covered. Even if you don't like baseball, we're here to guide you with some baseball bets here in a few minutes. Jenks, sad news for the Circle of Trust trademark here on the show.
Yeah.
So we talk about the Circle of Trust, starting pitchers that we trust implicitly with our bets to the point of they're almost auto bets when certain guys are starting. Nathan Eovaldi of the Texas Rangers is now likely done for the season with a rotator cuff injury. He was one of the premier founders of the Circle of Trust for me. I bet on a lot of his games. He was 11-3 this year with a 1.76 ERA. You could even throw him in the mix for Cy Young, even though I don't think he's had enough innings to qualify. Because here's the thing, like he has an ERA below 2, which is very, very good. But he only has only 130 innings of work this year. Like to compare that with the other guys who are like leading the stats, Paul Skeens has 161 innings, Tariq Skubal 166. So I don't think that Nathan Eovaldi was going to win the Cy Young. But still, this is a tough loss for the Rangers and tough for Nathan Eovaldi. For somebody who is, getting up there, let's see how old he is. He's 35. He is still pitching at an extremely high level. And sometimes we see these injuries kind of derail pitchers to where when they come back, they're not quite as strong. So sad news all around. We are mourning the loss of Nathan Eovaldi, at least from a pitching standpoint. He has not left this earth. But I will miss betting on his games.
Yeah, I feel really bad for him because he should have been an all-star this season, and he just missed the number of innings pitched to qualify for the all-star game, so he didn't make it, and he should have because his numbers are as good as anyone's, and the Rangers were awesome, and they gave him his all-star bonus anyway, which was in his contract because they were like, you've earned this. And he's had such a fantastic year and has been so good. So, A, he deserved that nod. And then, B, he deserves to finish out the season because he's just been on a roll. Great for this show. So, I always feel bad when you see guys in the middle of great seasons have those seasons cut short. So, yeah, it's a real bummer.
Yeah, especially when you win money on said guy. Like, I feel personally sad now because this was an auto bet for me. I wanted to bring this up because I hadn't really realized it. But I didn't realize the Cy Young race in the American League was so close. I was just looking at the numbers for this discussion. Garrett Crochet is not that far behind Tariq Skubal. So they're very close in ERA. Tariq Skubal, barely ahead. He's 11-4, 2.28 ERA. Garrett Crochet, 14-5 with a 2.38. Strikeouts are very similar. Tariq Skubal has 212, Crochet 207. And the innings are almost identical. They both have 166 innings of work. So I said to myself, I wonder if there's any value on Garrett Crochet, but the odds are pretty close. Garrett Crochet is even money. Tariq Skubal is minus 125. I still feel like I trust Tariq Skubal a little bit more. And from a narrative standpoint, who have you heard more about this year? I feel like Tariq Skubal has gotten all of the headlines. And people love like his style of like wanting to go deep in games, but like the innings are very close for Garrett Crochet. Do you think Tariq Skubal at minus 125 to win the Cy Young is a solid bet?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I feel like that there's something, it's sort of the perfect melding between the fact that he is, he's a hell of a pitcher, obviously. I think he's the best pitcher on the planet still. And also, I just feel like he's got that edge as far, he doesn't have the glitz that comes with Paul Skeens, right? It's not the excitement there, but that's, when it comes to the American League, I mean, it's Tariq Skubal, and he has that name recognition, and I just think he's a better pitcher. And honestly, I'm a little surprised it's at minus 125. Like Garrett Crochet has had a fine season and might get close, but this is probably as good a price as you're going to get on Skubal.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I feel like it's a really good price, even though, again, like the numbers disagree with me here. Like, because I was thinking, okay, since the Tigers are the better team, like they're probably going to be the top seed in the American League. But Garrett Crochet has more wins. It's 14-5. So I don't know how much that matters. Maybe it's a closer race than I think. but I still am going to trust Tariq Skubal. He's one of the members of the Circle of Trust, and he's won me a lot of money. And let's hope he can win us even more money, because I think maybe that is a bet that I will be making during the break when I get my phone. If you are making some bets today, go ahead and go to BetMGM. If you're playing a parlay, swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits, only at BetMGM. All right, Jenks, so we do have a daytime slate of baseball this afternoon. I usually talk about first impression roses. This was not a slate that blew my socks off. Like, this is like the quarterback room of the New Orleans Saints, where I'm not really thrilled with some of these games. But I will say, like, from a starting pitcher standpoint, I trust Eric Lauer. He's been really good for the Blue Jays. But the Blue Jays lost yesterday, and they're minus 175, so you'd have to play him on the run line at home. Quinn Priester, I feel like, has been, like, a great value as far as he has great numbers, but I don't think he's regarded as highly as some of the top pitchers in baseball. He's 11-2, 3.44 ERA. Milwaukee is minus 160 against the D-backs today. Are you going with either of these pitchers for either of your bets?
I'm just angry at the Blue Jays. They led that game 4-3 in the ninth.
Lame.
I went to bed with the Blue Jays up 4-3 in the ninth. I was like, 3 outs. I got a dub. I did not get a dub. Twins got 4 in the top of the ninth. I got to calm down.
Moment of silence.
Moment of silence. I was like, got him. You ever do it? That's what you get, man. You just never know in baseball. You just never know. You gotta wait until that final out. I woke up this morning. I was like, you got to be effing kidding me. I was not pleased. I mean, I like the Jays here a lot, but at minus 175, you got to go Jays run line here, which maybe is not a bad bet. So I almost just want to put like 8 bets on the card and see what happens. I probably won't do that, but I feel like you got to go back to the Jays. They've been great at home. They're the better team. They gave one away last night, so I wouldn't mind the Jays on the run line here.
I will say, from a macro standpoint, a bunch of dogs won last night. Like, there were some wild games. So, like, it makes me think that, like, a favorites day is coming. Like, I understand that it's not rooted in logic, but, like, here's an example of some of the game. Like, the Mets beat the Phillies once again. I don't know what it is about the Phillies at Citi Field, but they did not play well there.
Weird.
The Twins beat the Blue Jays. The Pirates won over the Cardinals. The Rockies won 6-1 over the Astros. I almost played that in some capacity. I think the Astros were like minus 320 or something. So I think it was just one of those weird days in baseball where it makes me want to go big on favorites today.
I think that's actually a good point. I mean, like you said, there's not real logic behind it, but eventually we see the positive regression, right? I mean, it's baseball. We're going to have the dogs have their days. That's just the way it goes. Yeah. But ultimately, when you have that happen, you think, okay, maybe this is when the favorites start playing the way they should play. And I don't know if it was a bad beat for me, but when it comes to the Jays in particular, I think I'm talking myself into going back here. And there are some favorites I like. This is not my favorite day on the card, but I think your point is well taken, which is, generally the better teams win the majority of the time. So if you're coming off a day when they didn't get it done, maybe this is the time.
Yeah, and to add to that, like, the A's have been beating the Tigers. So I was looking at that game today, and it's like, okay, do I look at this A's team and say, okay, Chelsea, we've seen them. They're pretty scrappy at home, but I really like Casey Mize. He's 12-4, 3.68 ERA.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, I feel like there's a lot of games that I like, but I'm not in love with. So, like, let's try to narrow it down, Jenks. Are there any games that you know are making the card for you?
I don't know. Maybe the Rangers, even though, Nathan Eovaldi was going to go, so I handicapped this game yesterday. I'm all over Texas, and now he's not going to go. So maybe I need to relook at that one again. I may still go with it. Yeah. I am going to talk it's a bummer. It's a real bummer. And then, God, I'm looking at the prices here. I'm not crazy about this. I will say, okay, here's a game I do like. I may bet. I may go Braves Marlins over 8. Right now the total is set at 8.5. I think I'm going to play it down to 8. So we saw the same matchup 3 weeks ago. That was a 7-1 Marlins win, and we got the same pitchers, same ones going in this one. Joey Wentz for the Braves, very successful in that game. A single run over 5 1/3, but I also think he has blow-up potential as well. Last time out against the Mets, 6 runs in 3 1/3 innings. Ryan Gusto is going for the Marlins. 3 runs over 6 innings when he faced the Braves in that game, but then he followed that up by giving up 5 runs over 6 innings against the Jays. So I think when you look at these bullpens, neither of them are great. So we could see some runs late. I would go over. And also, I will say, the Braves have quietly been playing some decent baseball lately. So I wouldn't mind the Braves on the money line either.
I think anytime the starting pitchers have ERAs of 5 and you can get an 8 as a total, I think it's a solid play. Like, I'm not in the camp of routinely trusting the Braves and the Marlins.
Yeah.
But, like, I'm not going to talk you off of it. I think for me, the teams that are probably going to make the card is probably going to go with the Brewers in some way. The Diamondbacks, we've seen it. They're scrappy. They can score some runs.
Yeah.
Did you consider the over today? Because I think Quinn Priester kind of ruins that for me because he's been really good. Ryan Nelson is a better starter than what we had yesterday. Total of 8.5 in that game. I think I am going to go with the Brewers. Maybe, see, the first 5 run line, normally I would play, but the Diamondbacks statistically are the best first 5 team in baseball. So, like, it's one of those games where you have, arrows pointing in different directions. You could also make a case for the Tigers today, I think. It's really hard to sweep a series, and the A's have been putting the beat down on the Tigers. You could probably make a good case for the Cubs again. But they lost to the Giants yesterday. So I don't think I'm going to have a big card. In fact, I'm probably going to play one bet, and I still haven't even decided on what it is.
I'm going Brewers. I just decided just now. Just now. Just
Sold.
now I'm going to do it. Sold. I mean, you're right about the Diamondbacks are really good in the first 5. But if, even if the Brewers are trailing early, the Diamondbacks bullpen is one of the worst pens, like in the National League. Like, you can really score on Arizona late. We saw a high-scoring game yesterday. That was the one bet I did have hit, which I like the over in that game. And I might look at that again today. But I think the Brewers are a solid pick. And I'll shop around and find a better price, I think. But you can find it. I'm looking at it right now. Minus 155. Here's one for minus 152. So minus 149. So, yeah, I'll be in the Brew Crew. Why not?
I think especially at that price. Like, I think we talk about value a lot on this show. When you can get the best team in baseball at home at a solid price, I think you do it, especially with Quinn Priester. Like, again, I feel like he's a pitcher that's undervalued. He has the same numbers as some of these other better pitchers, but he just doesn't have the brand recognition of some of these other guys. So maybe the Brewers will make the card for me as well. I want to talk about this Phillies-Mets game for just a second. I was watching this game yesterday, and what an entertaining series it's been. Like, maybe if you're not a Phillies fan, but I'm kind of leaning towards the over in this one. I don't know what it is about divisional opponents, but maybe it's because they play each other so much, is that you get used to seeing the same pitchers over and over, and the bats have been hot. This was a very back-and-forth affair last night between the Phillies and the Mets with a bunch of home runs. I was trying to get Blake to model the swing of some of these players because, Blake just started softball. So I was doing, another level of parenting, 2 birds, 1 stone. I get to watch a game and I get to, teach her softball. But I do think this one kind of trends toward an over. Taijuan Walker has been good, but not lights out. Nolan McLean has good numbers, but it's a small sample size for the Mets. 2-0 with a 1.46 ERA. I was kind of surprised that the Mets are favored in this game, though, because we have seen the Phillies favored in every game of the series, and the Mets have won. I don't know if the Mets can sweep, so I'm kind of torn on this one. But if you want an entertaining series, this is a meaningful one, too, because the Phillies' lead in the NL East is dwindling. And obviously, it's a head-to-head matchup, so the Mets are gaining ground. Phillies entered this series with a 7-game lead. Now it's down to 5. So every game in this series absolutely matters.
Here come the Metropolitans. It's strange to me that the Mets are favored here, honestly, with Walker on the mound. Like, I think this is a good
by
chance
that much.
Yeah.
Minus 150?
Right. That's what's crazy to me. If you're talking, okay, Mets minus 120, minus 115, okay. But I think it's just because there's something about Philly playing at Citi Field, because pitching-wise, I feel like when you have a big body of evidence when you're talking about Taijuan Walker, then you give the edge to the Phillies there. But there is something about Philly on the road at Citi Field. Their bats just go ice cold. But I don't understand this price. This seems, as good as the Mets have been in this series against the Phillies, this feels like a pretty punitive price to pay.
Yeah, especially Jose Alvarado's back as well, which I didn't realize. Remember, he was serving that, what was it, 60-game suspension?
Oh, yeah.
The closer for the Phillies, he is back. I saw him warming up in the pen last night. So that's an added boon to the Phillies. I don't think I'm going to play it, but just from a watching standpoint, that is a big game tonight. I would imagine they have it on some type of TV channel, so you should watch. All right, coming up next, it's a Whine About It Wednesday, my favorite day of the week, because we get paid to complain. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is Wednesday, August 27th. Jenks, I was just thinking, yesterday would have been the perfect time to have a news drop where maybe it's news you want skimmed over or something that you don't want people talking about. Because obviously with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce getting engaged, that was the top story. So I feel like we missed some stories. And here's one that I feel like kind of slid under the surface. Jay Cutler apparently has to spend jail time for a DUI charge that he pled guilty to. He's going to spend a few days behind bars, TMZ Sports said. So apparently he was caught driving under the influence in Tennessee, which I feel like this is inexcusable. Like in this day and age, get an Uber. It's not hard. Especially, not even especially, even if you're a normal person, you could kill somebody. But if you're a celebrity, you have money, if you get caught, it's going to be a big deal and your mugshot's going to be posted everywhere. So Jay Cutler, what are you doing?
Yeah, no excuse whatsoever, especially now. I mean, never, but especially now when, ride shares or you can call a car anywhere at any time. It's easy to do. Pick up your phone, call someone, get a ride. Also, the good thing about Jay Cutler going to jail is that now he can do what he loves to do, which is smoke. He can sit in the yard and be like, yeah, I shouldn't have taken the sobriety test, but whatever. Huh? Yeah, Darrelle Revis, he was really good, man. He was really good. Revis Adon, they call him that for a reason. You gotta bum another cig? That's what he's gonna do. It's gonna be great.
That's one of my favorite memes is Smoking Jay Cutler, or Smoking Jay Cutler doesn't care. Because, he just has this, apathetic look on his face all the time. And I feel like in a court of law, that probably doesn't serve you well. If there's a jury ever involved, which I know in this case probably was not. It's yeah, I did it. What? But it's just the way his face looks. I'm sure he cares about things, but he has that look about him where it just looks like he doesn't care about anything.
Yeah. I mean, he just has that face where when he's just resting, it's nobody cares less than this guy. Anybody got a cig I can bum? In a Parliament? Yeah, I'll have one. Yeah, I got a lot of money, but whatever. Money's not everything. Yeah, he always just has that look like he's so sad.
There used to be a website that was smokingjcutler.com. Okay, it's on Tumblr. Do you remember Tumblr?
Holy crap. Took me back with Tumblr. Tumblr, yeah, I remember Tumblr.
Oh, it's not like it used to be. It used to be just only memes of Jay Cutler in a uniform smoking a cigarette. They would Photoshop it in and it looks so real. Because his mouth is never that open. So it looked like he was smoking a cigarette on the sidelines. And honestly, I think I would have appreciated that. I think from a marketing standpoint, he should have leaned more into that.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of like the anti-quarterback that we've had where all these quarterbacks take care of their bodies and they're super positive and they're, the clubhouse leader. Where Jay Cutler's yeah, we're going to run an out route. It's fine. Just go over there. Line up.
Whatever. I don't know, man. Dude, just run something. I'll get it to you. I'm not worried about it. Just get open. Run whatever you want. Just get open, bro. I'll find you.
Smoking Jay Cutler. Miss that man. All right, so it is a Wednesday, and we always complain about things on this show, but in this segment, it's on purpose. It's a Whine About It Wednesday.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday.
Do you want to hear whining?
On the Daily Tip.
That's right. We'll tell you what grinds our gears this week, whether it's bad Uber rides, it's customer service, it's home renovations, it's something completely random. We always have something to complain about. So, Jenks, what's grinding your gears on this last week of August?
I have something that's really random. Paid academic advisors. So the reason why I mentioned this is that my friend Laura is trying to get into graduate school at Texas. And so she was like, would you write me a letter of recommendation? And I said, sure. So to help her get and to make sure her application is as robust as it can be, to give her the best chance, she hired an academic advisor to say, okay, put this in your application, do this, do that. This is what you need to say, all these things. And part of that is saying, okay, whoever is writing you a recommendation, I'm going to give this person tips, which is me, which is totally fine. But then when I get back corrections, it's like I would change, or they're like minor things, like change a to an or add a comma. I'm like, just do it. Do it. This is what you get paid to do. Does there need to be a comma? Add the comma. Like, add the comma. Change the a to an. Like, see this misspelling? Just change it. This is your job. Why are you sending it back to me, asking for me to make these corrections? These are minor corrections that a child could make. And this is what you get paid to do. So I wrote it out, and these are super minor. They take probably 3 or 4 minutes tops to correct, because I did double check it and maybe I missed a couple things. It's a really long recommendation. Just do it yourself. This is your job.
Especially in the day and age where it feels like AI could have done that.
Yes.
Like, you could probably have asked Grok in a tweet.
Totally.
Like, hey, Grok, fix this for me. And it would do it. So I don't know where they get the audacity to think that, you know, their job is safe in this day and age, but we'll see. All right. So as far as complaining goes, so as I told you last night, we were watching the Phillies and Mets game with my 5-year-old because she is learning softball and we're trying to teach her a good stance. So a lot of these Major League Baseball players have really good swings and really good stances. So commercial break happens. Okay. And normally it's like Liberty Mutual, whatever. But this one commercial was a trailer for The Conjuring. My daughter is 5. This is the scariest movie trailer I think I've ever seen in my life. Where it's like, the devil is in Pennsylvania. And you're like, oh my God, like, where's the remote? I need to mute this now. And then somebody scurries across the screen in like a spider position. Like, clearly this is a demon that is like possessed by something. Then there's a doll that like the head turns around and there's blood. Somebody's hanging. Jenks, I feel like when you're watching PG rated TV, these should not come on. I need a warning when I am watching baseball with my 5-year-old before a Conjuring trailer comes on.
I mean, it's prime time, but you're not wrong. I mean, maybe it's time to...
She's 5.
Yeah. Yeah, but listen,
this was a
man.
Scary trailer. I was watching it during the break, and I'm scared by it.
Did you have to cover Blake's eyes? Like, oh, honey, nope, 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 nope.
I said, Blake, how about a fudge bar? You want to go get one?
How about a fudge bar?
That's literally what I did. Fudge bars are amazing, Jenks.
Are they? What kind of fudge bars are we talking about here?
I
homemade?
mean, great
you're
value
making homemade fudge
bar.
bars. And you're sending us some?
No.
Oh.
No. I don't think they would last in the mail. They're frozen.
Are these like Little Debbie fudge bars? Is that what they are?
No, they're ice cream bars. Like ice cream fudge bars.
Oh, ice cream fudge bars.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I got you. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that's smart. That's a smart distraction. Yeah, sorry about
that. But,
like,
don't you... Like, even when I open, like, Peacock or Netflix sometimes, usually it's Peacock, where they play, like, some trailer for a really scary movie. And, like, you're in the other room, and it just auto-plays. And you're like, I didn't ask for this. I have been watching the tamest shows ever. I've been watching Modern Family. I've been watching, like, Bridgerton. Don't put this nonsense on my algorithm. So I feel like it's a fair thing, like, especially with the really scary ones. Apparently this movie is out now. Have you seen any of The Conjurings? Apparently it's a series.
Yeah, I have. And they do look terrifying. And the thing about something like that is it's not even subtle. Like, if they have a commercial for erectile dysfunction, like, Blake's not going to know, because it's like, when the time is right, you don't want to be caught off guard. And, you know, she doesn't know what that means. Right. So it's like, okay, they're hinting, implying, but they're not saying anything. With The Conjuring, it's like, in your face, I'm going to scare the hell out of you.
Yeah, somebody's literally hanging. Like, how do I explain that?
Right. She loves magic. I don't know. That's tough.
Especially the doll one. Like, she has dolls. And the fact that there was this creepy doll with his, like, neck cracking back and, like, blood all over it, like, that's a tough image to get out of your brain, especially right before bed. All right, Den, do you care to complain about something today?
Yeah, I'm going to complain about Me. So I went on a run yesterday, and I thought I had this brilliant idea. I'm trying to manifest fall. I'm trying to bring fall to us. Starbucks released their fall drink, so I'm going to do my part and bring fall to us. So I go on a run, and I wear long tights. I don't know if you ever ran in long tights in 83-degree weather. It sucks. I was dying the entire time. For the first 10 minutes of the run, everything is fine.
Hot.
I'm in the shade. I get out of the shade, and I run around this area here. There's an airport that's kind of decently close to where I live. So I run to the airport, see some planes. That's pretty sick. But I'm just dying because there's no shade at this park where you're watching these planes go overhead. So I'm complaining about me for being an idiot and wearing tights during a run in 80-degree weather.
Couldn't pull them off. Even though I think it's the most male thing ever when guys like watching planes take off. I don't think I know any females that like doing that, but I know a lot of men that enjoy
I love it.
These ones land, so they come over top of you and they land. It's fantastic. There's always people picnicking at this place too.
Is that right there near Reagan?
Yeah, Gravelly Point.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
My dog loves it. He tries to jump up and catch him every single time. He's never come close, but he tries.
One day. It'll be a Spirit flight. That one's way too low. I think your dog can get that one. Yeah, that's a great point.
Man. But
you
are manifesting fall, though. Isn't it nice? We've had great weather. This past week. I don't know about you guys, but we've had highs in the 70s. Yes. And it's 59 in the morning. I'm so ready for hot coffee weather. Because during the summer, hot coffee is a tough sell. But once it gets in the 50s and 60s, that's the best.
Oh, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the 2.5 weeks we get a fall here in D.C. and then it turns blistering cold. But no, I love the fall. Love the fall. So I'm hoping it lasts a little bit because this week has been really nice. Yesterday was super nice. Trying to enjoy it while we can. It's ready just in time for football too.
I know. It's the best time of year. We have football season. We have pumpkin spice lattes. Taylor and Travis are engaged. It's basic girl heaven. All right, coming up next, hour 3 of the show, we'll start with the biggest headlines in the NFL. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Oh, yes. Thank God. Finally. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It's our final hour, and what a special hour it is. Oh, look at the pictures if you're streaming on Stadium. Have you ever seen a more perfect couple? This is our royalty. Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, engaged. We will discuss the engagement heard round the world yesterday. Then in 20 minutes, we'll actually stick to football, continue previewing the Big Ten with Jake Butt, the former Michigan tight end. Donkster Best Bets at 8:40. Once again, I said it once, I'll say it again. Thanks for being with us on Stadium as we stream our final hour. This is such a special edition. You can stream us on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Guys, I'm just so excited. Yesterday, Chelsea, I was working, because I'm always working a lot, and I got a notification. And I thought this was so cool. I got it from the Washington Post and ESPN. And all my friends, my phone was blowing up because everyone knows I love Taylor Swift. I'm a Swiftie. And so to hear and see that they were engaged. By the way, I thought the caption and the pictures on Instagram were absolutely perfect. I'm glad they had a couple of weeks to themselves before they announced it. Everything was wonderful. This is our royalty. I could not be happier that these two are going to be together forever, because they will be. And also, I cannot wait to talk about this for at least the next decade and follow them. Because guess what? They're going to have little Swiftie kids. It's going to be wonderful. And I am so in.
Do you think Travis is going to change his last name to Swift?
Swift Kelce, back of the jersey. There we go.
Kelsey Swift.
Kelsey
Swift.
Kelsey. Kelsey Swift.
All
Swift
right.
Kelsey.
So for people who are just tuning in, that was dripping in sarcasm.
Oh.
Jenks, I think every time he speaks about Taylor Swift, a little part of himself dies. And I think we need like a montage from like Coors Light that talks about like beer and twins and manly things. But here's the thing about the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce engagement. You can't look away. Like, you can't hide under a rock and be like, man, we're not going to talk about it. It was the biggest thing yesterday. This is what the people want. Even the people in the sports world were reacting to this. And here's the thing. I will say, in the hierarchy of celebrities, I am glad that we have a sports superstar in the mix there. Because it could be like Kim Kardashian and Kanye West again. Like, do we want that to be our royal couple here in America? I don't. No. So at least it's an NFL player, and at least they seem to be two good people.
I'm very happy for them. They seem to be great people by all accounts, and everyone's excited. It's just amazing to me how it's just permeated like every part of our society. You know, yesterday when I was at Commanders, the girls were losing their minds. Everyone was talking about it. And then I go home and the lovely Catherine is excited. I log on to Instagram. People are talking about it. It was leading newscasts yesterday. I walked in this morning into the break room. It's the first thing I heard on the break room TVs. Well, if you haven't heard, Taylor Swift and Travis, I'm like, you cannot go anywhere. It's just crazy how this is just absolutely just engaged anyone and everyone with a pulse. And even if you're not interested, it doesn't matter, because you're going to see it, you're going to hear about it, and it's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, like imagine if you're like Lester Holt or like whoever does the news now, and you're like, I have won all these Pulitzer Prizes. I have talked about the war in the Middle East, and you're telling me our lead story today is Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce getting engaged?
It's wild.
Like, I feel like a little part of him probably died yesterday. But listen, like, it's the top story. This is, you know, they make a big deal about the royal weddings in England. And I like never really got it. I'm like, listen, I don't follow the royals. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But like this truly is our royal wedding. Like these are the
Yeah.
two most famous people. But I will say, at least in America, these people worked for it. Like Taylor Swift is talented. She is very good at what she does. And she has worked for her spot, you know, in superstardom. Same goes for like the Kelseys. Like, I keep seeing that picture floating around of them both at Cincinnati. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
Yes.
When they were in college. And they look like just like random frat guys, where it's like anybody in America, like a MAC football team, you could be like, oh, these are two brothers that played. And now these are like the superstars that we have. So I feel like people root for those type of stories.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, there's no question. I think that when you talk about American royalty, this is about as good as it gets, and it's people who earned what they've accomplished. Taylor is brilliant. Travis Kelce is a Hall of Famer. And also I think he's probably gearing up for what will probably be his final season. Like, this feels like his last hurrah. You know, he's getting married. Also, it's season number 13. That's Taylor's favorite number. It would be perfect. So he's also done a lot of work in the offseason. Like, wedding aside, he's lost 25 pounds, and he went back to working on some of the plyometrics and some of the things that he did earlier in his career so that he could get out of breaks quicker and run tighter routes, and he kind of got away from that. I think he was and is super motivated because the Chiefs lost the Super Bowl in the way that they did to the Eagles, and he said, I don't want to go out like that. So now he's got his fiance, you know, right there waiting. They're going to plan a wedding, and I think he wants to go out as a champion and with the girl of his dreams, so maybe it comes together, and it's even more of this fairy tale ending.
Yeah, I don't know, though. Like, I don't know if this is the year for the Chiefs. Like, as much as we would love it to end that way, like, the way that the Chiefs are constructed, I'm not saying they're not going to be a contender, but there are a lot of teams that look like they're better on paper than the Chiefs this year. So we'll see if Roger Goodell, like, you know, really buys into the love story. Because I will say this, from a money-making perspective, nobody is probably more happy about this than Roger Goodell. Like, his league does not need any help making money, but this is just another marketing scheme where the NFL continues to be king.
They're just going to continue to capitalize off of it, and they're going to make so much money. They're already a cash cow. But the number of fans who aren't really football fans, but who are Taylor fans, who will learn more about the game, or who will follow the Chiefs, or who will watch Chiefs games just to see where Taylor is, where she's sitting, what is she wearing, what is she doing, is she blowing Travis kisses, let's look at that ring again, whatever it is. I mean, this is nothing but the NFL building on top of what is already like a massive empire. And it's not going to go away, which, you know, for me,
Let me ask you,
thrilled about that.
Yeah, sorry for cutting you off there.
No,
Let me ask you this. How long do you think the positive spin lasts for Taylor and Travis? Because right now they look untouchable and they're so likable. But I think very similar to the sports world, in the celebrity world, people don't love dominance. Like, people don't want to see you succeed for that long. Like, we see this with, I feel like, every top celebrity where you build them up, you build them up, you build them up. Okay, now we want to kick them down. Yeah. And like, even with the Kansas City Chiefs, for the longest time, you see Patrick Mahomes, who is a very likable guy. And when they're at the height of their success, you're like, who would root against this team? Andy Reid just wants to eat cheeseburgers. But they fell from grace, like, from a public opinion standpoint. I am not saying that they are bad people. I am just saying people grew tired of them and they wanted a shiny new toy. Do you think that's going to happen with Taylor and Travis?
No, because the Swifties won't let it happen. With Travis, sure. With Travis, sure, because people will criticize. I mean, last year we saw people criticize Travis Kelce. Like, is he fat? Is he gaining too much weight? Is it over for him? I mean, remember that? It was like, whoa, he's gotten big. Yeah. They said about Deebo Samuel a few months ago. It's like, it's ridiculous. You get someone at the wrong angle and, oh, look at you, you're out of shape. It's kind of ridiculous. But when it comes to Taylor Swift, she's the exception to the rule. Like, you know that if you criticize her in any way, shape, or form, even if it's valid, and I'm not saying she's worthy of a bunch of criticism, I'm not saying that at all, but even a valid criticism will not be accepted by her fans. It's just like, you could say, I'm not really a fan of this album. It's like, why? Because you're a sexist? And it's like, whoa, hey, no. You know, like the Swifties will come for you because they live in this bubble where that's the queen and you can't say anything about her that might disparage her or besmirch her in any way. And so they won't allow it or they won't see it, I think is probably the bigger issue. And I don't expect them or her or him to do anything that would warrant that at all. But even if they did, I feel like, you know, once you're in with someone, you're in with them to the end, no matter what they do. And I kind of feel like Swifties are that way.
Yeah, I think this is just trouble for Travis because it just feels like now if anything were to happen to this relationship, like the hopes and dreams of this nation are riding on this relationship.
Like if Taylor Swift ran around on Travis, he'd be like, well, he deserves it. You know what I mean? It's like, well, then you needed to treat her better. Maybe you should check yourself first. like Travis, buddy, all eyes are on you, my friend.
Yeah, but think about the pressure for this engagement, too. Like, because I'm sure you felt a level of pressure proposing to Catherine.
Sure.
Just because, you know, this is somebody you want to be together with, you know, for the rest of your life. And she's extremely special and she deserves that. But, like, think about planning an engagement to somebody who is a billionaire and the biggest celebrity on the face of planet Earth. Do you think Travis felt any pressure? Or do you think it's still the old Travis Kelce that tweets out, I gave a squirrel a piece of bread?
Hopefully he's matured a little bit since then. Yeah, I think anyone, you know, ultimately I feel like that whether you're a billionaire, you're a celebrity, if you're just someone who works in a factory, it doesn't really matter. You know, at the end of the day, if you're getting ready to propose and get ready to ask someone to spend the rest of your life with you, then, you know, then there's already going to be pressure no matter what sort of money you're making, no matter what sort of fame you have, because I feel like they probably got through that at some point. Like they've been together long enough where, okay, she's accustomed to his football fame and what that world is like. And he's been going with her on tour and been on stage with her. And he certainly understands what it is like to be a part of her world. And so once you get through that, love is love and people are people. And it's just about, hey, I'm about to ask someone to be with me forever.
Yeah, and I think we all saw the dynamic of their relationship, or they're just really good actors, which I don't know. Their dynamics seem very genuine. Like when she was on the podcast, I think it was a great chance for us to see how they are together. And it was just, it felt like they were yin and yang, where Taylor's really smart and she's really thoughtful and she talks a lot. And then Travis is just like, you're amazing. You're so smart. That just works. You know, and sometimes it just works out like that. So I am definitely rooting for them to be successful, as you always do. Like nobody roots for people to be unhappy. But one thing that I don't like about this is that the Chiefs conspiracy people, you know, the people all year last year, they're like, the NFL's rigged. Everything goes to the Chiefs. These people are going to be unbearable this year. Like if the Chiefs get any call, these people are going to be out with their pitchforks on TikTok.
Oh, don't you know it? It's just going to embolden the conspiracy theorists, is what it's going to do. And I did want to throw this in. Now, I saw this earlier, and I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to try. So, of course, all these different brands are trying to capitalize on this engagement, right? So, Buffalo Wild Wings has offered to cater the wedding. I don't think Taylor Swift is going to allow Buffalo Wild Wings to cater the wedding, but good job, good effort. However, DoorDash is offering 13% off all orders if you put in the code 13 until tomorrow night at midnight Pacific time. So 13% off your order if you put in all caps 13 as a promo code. We're not getting paid by DoorDash. I'm just saying if you want to eat something today and take advantage of this, maybe give that a shot.
Oh, you're definitely using that, right? Like you're a DoorDash king.
I'm doing that immediately after the show.
For you.
This better work. And of course, it's like terms and conditions apply. And I'm sure so many people have used this code. When I put it in, it's not going to work. But look, if I got to listen to this, if I got to watch this on Instagram all day long, which you know it's just going to be post after post, the first thing I saw this morning was, it's a great day. to be in the Taylor Swift engaged era. I was like, here we go. Buckle up, buddy. So, yes, I'm getting some DoorDash later on. I'm going to treat myself, take advantage of it.
I feel like Cracker Barrel has to find a way to use this to like get their clientele back. Because I will say this, Cracker Barrel was founded about 20 minutes from where Taylor Swift went to high school. I know this because she went to high school in my hometown. So I don't know. There's a Tennessee connection there. I'm not sure if Taylor Swift has a big affinity for Cracker Barrel, but I'm saying the redemption arc is there.
And who's the Cracker Barrel guy? Uncle Herschel? Isn't that the guy?
Yeah, I don't know if he had a name.
Yeah. I tell you what, I've listened to a lot of music over the years, but nothing makes me happier than some Taylor Swift. That's how you bring everybody back in. Jake Butt, former Michigan tight end, talking Big Ten football next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Welcome back on a Wednesday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, we preview the Big Ten with former Michigan tight end Jake Butt, who is also an analyst for the Big Ten Network. We were talking about how it is fall weather here in D.C. where you are, and I am so happy because, as you know, I made the executive decision this weekend. I was going to go with a buddy who went to Ohio State. We were going to watch the game together, and I was like, I don't know. It could be weird. I don't do that. So, even though I love him, great guy. Because, you know, in a tense game, it can kind of get strange. So instead, I'm going to hang out with the Texas X's here in D.C. They have an entire bar, indoor, upstairs, downstairs, outdoors, all Texas fans. And they have an awesome outdoor setup where if you get there early enough, they have probably 5 or 6 big screen TVs outside, benches set up, food, a raffle, drinks. So we're going to get there early. We're going to be there. And it's going to be like 78 degrees for a high. It's going to be perfect.
Oh, I think that's my favorite scenario is drinking beer on a patio while watching college football.
Yeah.
Like with 78 degrees. Like that's heaven. If they don't have that in heaven, I don't want to go.
Then send me straight to hell. That's what I say. If this isn't the way it is, send me to hell and I'll cheer for Kennesaw State. Whatever it takes. Well, we got to talk about what to expect this weekend and in the Big Ten. So we bring in Jake Butt, analyst for Big Ten Network and SiriusXM Radio. Of course, former Michigan tight end. So, Jake, I want to ask you about your Wolverines, but the game of the weekend is Texas-Ohio State, and I am clearly biased. But then again, you probably are too because you went to Michigan. What's going to happen in this game?
Oh man, your guess is as good as mine. And I've never hung around Texas fans, so I don't know. You'll have to give me the scoop on the other side of this of how they treat you and what's it like watching the game, because I do know what it's like hanging around Ohio State fans. So interested to get the report, but listen, I really don't know. There's a lot of new faces here. I mean, there's 2 new quarterbacks. I know Arch did get some starts and playing time last fall. Ohio State introducing 2 new coordinators. I'm really interested in the home field element here. I do think that benefits the Buckeyes just because Ohio State did a walkthrough yesterday and Patricia and Hartline got to get into their spots that they'll be in the game this weekend and kind of call a mock game just so they can get used to that role. But I think a lot of people seem to be leaning towards Texas in this game. But what I would say for the Buckeyes that benefits them, even with new coordinators and a new quarterback, they have by far the best offensive player in Jeremiah Smith and by far the best defensive player in Caleb Downs. And at the end of the day, I do think that counts for something.
Yeah. If you look at the odds to win the Big Ten, Ohio State is the favorite at plus 190. Penn State, a very talented team on paper who is returning their quarterback and a bunch of other guys, probably the most talented running back room in the country, they're plus 240. Do you think there's some disrespect there for Penn State in the odds?
No, I wouldn't say it's disrespect. I honestly think it's fair, and if I was Penn State, I'd be perfectly okay with that. I think those odds speak to a mental block for Penn State. I mean, they've had teams that have been capable, maybe not favored, of beating Ohio State. They've had opportunities to beat Ohio State. Last year was a great opportunity, but they weren't able to capitalize, and Ohio State was. It's a mental block for James Franklin. Like, you look at his historic record against top 5 teams, look at his record against Ohio State, even Michigan, and that's what that discrepancy in odds speaks to. And then I'd also say, hey, Penn State has to travel to Columbus. Like, their path to the Big Ten title, they have to go into Columbus and pull off a win against this talented Buckeyes team. But I completely agree with you. This roster is ready to roll. I did our Big Ten camp tour this year and got to interview the players. It gave me the same feeling I got talking to Ohio State's players last year and Michigan's players 2 years ago, talking to Drew Aller and Singleton and Denai Dennis Sutton. just like, wow, this is a veteran, mature team. Really, it's a team with NFL players that decided to come back on campus because they wanted to win a national title. Now they're getting paid well in today's world, too, in the NIL space. But that program is completely aligned, all in on their goals to win the Big Ten title and, even the national title more so. And I don't think they're too worried about the odds makers.
Jake, when talking to those players and the coaches, did you sense that they feel that pressure or that responsibility to finally get Penn State over the hump, or is it something that they're oblivious to?
I would say neither, honestly. I think they I wouldn't say they feel it. They're fully aware of it. And what they told us is that they are embracing it. I mean, that's frankly why Drew Aller could be in the NFL right now. He came back. Singleton and Allen, both their running backs, could be in the NFL. They came back. Number of offensive linemen, NFL came back. There's defensive players that could be playing on Sundays. They all came back. Jim Knowles, they went out and paid him nearly $4 million a year, highest paid defensive coordinator in college football. Like, he chose to leave Ohio State to be a part of Penn State because he believes this team can win that national title. So everyone is here for an exact reason. They understand that with that comes pressure, but they believe that they have the group to get it done.
It does feel like it's a top-heavy conference to me, where it feels like there's only a few teams that could really win it. But every year there's a team that kind of comes out of nowhere and like surprises people. Last year was Indiana. So I think everybody's asking, who is this year's Indiana? I suppose it could be Indiana themselves. But I know some people are throwing other teams like Nebraska around. Illinois has a pretty easy schedule. Who's the other team out of the Big Ten that people should be aware of?
Yeah, I mean, I would just expand and say Nebraska. I'm really interested in them. They were our first stop of the camp tour, and they got a pretty favorable schedule. It's been a mental block for the Cornhuskers as well. I mean, Illinois, part of the reason everyone's so high on them this year is they had a 10-win season. Well, they were 5-1 in one-score games. Nebraska has been the exact opposite historically. They just cannot find ways to win these one-score games. But watching them at camp, it certainly feels like Raiola's ready to take a stride, and I love what they did by securing Dana Holgerson as their long-term play caller. And they have two really important games, Cincinnati at Arrowhead. Cincinnati's a good team. I mean, that's not going to be an easy game, but it's a great opportunity for Nebraska to win against a quality opponent to start to shift that mindset. And then they host Michigan week 4 at home. Michigan will be starting a freshman quarterback and playing without their head coach, Sharon Moore. That's a very winnable game against a really tough opponent. If Nebraska can pull that off and Cincinnati off, and they start off to a 4-0 start, that's going to be a huge mental shift as they kind of get into that back half of what's a very workable schedule. I'd throw out one more team here is, I guess, USC. I would throw in them. I think they deserve more credit than they get, but they're kind of a blue blood that it wouldn't really surprise anybody. Washington, though, in the Pacific Northwest, I'm really high on. I love their quarterback, Damon Williams. Their head coach, Jed Fish, is one of the great offensive minds in our sport. Denzel Boston is an all-conference returning receiver. Jonah Coleman is one of the best backs in college football. And then the key there is they play Ohio State at home, Oregon at home, Illinois at home. They have not lost at home since 2021. That is a really tough place to play. The fans turn out. It's inclement weather. It's a really long road trip for Illinois and Ohio State. It's a challenging place to play. If they can win 2 of those games, man, they'd be in a position to make the playoff run.
We're talking with Jake Butt, the analyst for Big Ten Network and SiriusXM Radio, former Michigan tight end. So you mentioned the freshman quarterback for the Wolverines, Bryce Underwood. What is the ceiling for Michigan this year?
Yeah, I mean, the ceiling, you're probably looking at, I would say, 10 or 11 wins. You know, I don't think this is a team built to go completely undefeated. And, you know, Oklahoma on the road is tough. Nebraska on the road is tough. They have a back-to-back stretch of USC on the road, then Washington at home, and obviously play the Buckeyes in the last game of the regular season. Like, that's not a schedule you feel great about going undefeated in. But I'd say the ceiling is set by how quickly Bryce can come along and what Chip Lindsey can do to help him. You know, you have a talented quarterback. I'm 6'5", guys. I play tight end. And I'm standing eye to eye, shoulder to shoulder with Bryce Underwood. He is a strong, good-looking kid. The ball jumps out of his hands. J.J. McCarthy was a top 10 pick. And Bryce has more physical gifts. I'm not saying he's a better quarterback at this point, obviously, but he's got more physical tools than JJ. The best thing a coaching staff can do for a young quarterback is give him a great defense, which Michigan absolutely has, and a dominant run game, which Michigan absolutely has. I think the key there, traveling on the road to Oklahoma and Nebraska, don't go into that game trying to prove anything with your young quarterback. Do the best you can to establish a run game, take the crowd out of it, and give him clean, easy, simple looks off of play action to build his confidence. Because if you got a quarterback with that talent playing confident and seeing the game, that I would lean more towards expecting the ceiling to be hit for this season for Michigan.
All right, so the big question now is, can the Big Ten win a national championship for the third year in a row?
That is the ultimate question. Can they? Absolutely they can. I would not be shocked if Penn State won it, Ohio State, even Oregon as a team. Michigan's talented. Gosh, I even think Indiana's got a better roster. I like Indiana's roster better this year than last year. Their schedule's a little bit more challenging. But can any of those teams win it? Yes. Penn State is probably the team most equipped to win it. They have the same kind of DNA that Ohio State and Michigan had the years they won it, but it's the mental block for Penn State. We haven't quite seen them get over it. But I would not be shocked, and I'd be really happy for Drew Aller and James Franklin. James, he catches a ton of heat for his record in some of these games, and I still think he's a great coach. He's beloved by his players. Drew Aller is extremely talented and has been humble and gracious with his time with us and myself with the network. So would love to see these guys make a run, but obviously, as you guys know, it is just not an easy path in today's college football landscape.
Jake, is there a team that you're keeping an eye on maybe outside of the Big Ten? I know you've mentioned USC and you mentioned the Huskies, and I know some people like Illinois, but is there one team that you're like, you know what, if things fall right for these guys, we might be talking about them at the end of the season?
Well, so are you saying a team, like you're not asking me to talk about like Notre Dame, right?
No. Like someone maybe a little bit off the radar.
Huh. That's a good question. I guess maybe South Carolina.
Okay.
And maybe, I don't know if you consider them off the radar. I think they're very similar to Illinois, and that's what made that bowl game so interesting last year. South Carolina is one of those teams, just like the Big Ten. SEC is a little bit top-heavy, but South Carolina is consistently right there knocking on the door. And it's one of those things where, if you're not Alabama or Texas or Georgia, in order to make a deep run, you need the stars to align a little bit. They got a bunch of talent on the roster, great quarterback they're excited about. And I think if the schedule can line up well and they stay healthy, they might be able to make a deep run.
All right, so we have like a minute left. How many teams should be in the college football playoff?
Listen, I really like Tony Petitti's model, the 16-team model, and really here's why. I think inherently when you allow the committee to make decisions, there's going to be bias. And what Petitti did, or what he's trying to do, is create like structure, mathematical structure, where it's, hey, the record in your conference is going to allow you to get into the playoff game. So you still play a conference title, 1 versus 2. Winner gets a bye. Loser gets home field advantage in the first round of the playoffs. And then you have the third team against the sixth team. Third team would be a home play-in playoff game. Fourth team against the fifth team. Fourth would be a home play-in playoff game. And then the same would be true for the SEC. Instead of having the committee vote on what's likely extremely subjective of what teams should get in, why not just play the games? It would allow us to – suddenly November becomes so much more interesting because – it's just like the NFL playoffs. You'd have 10 or 11 teams fighting for those top 6 spots. So 10 or 11 teams are in the hunt. And then the other problem that solves is, what about the back half of the Big Ten or the SEC? Teams that just, like a Northwestern or a Maryland or a Purdue, like they're not going to win the Big Ten championship on any given year. But can they feel like they're in the top 10 of the conference every few years, which means that they'll be in the hunt for a potential play-in playoff game? Absolutely. So I think it would create more parity throughout the conference as well. But, I know the SEC isn't too fond of that model. Neither is the Big 12 and the ACC. So I don't envy any of these commissioners. it's a tough job, but I appreciate the work they do.
Check him out as analyst for the Big Ten Network and Sirius XM Radio. It is the former Michigan tight end, Jake Butt. Jake, really good stuff this morning, and thanks for helping us preview the conference.
Of course. Thank you. Guys,
You
take
bet.
care.
Oh, man. We're getting there. You know how I know we're close to week one? Because I'm starting to get nervous, like I'm playing when I have nothing to do with the outcome. That's how I know. And I'm not talking about bets either. Who does NC State play this week?
We play ECU, a.k.a. Little Brother, and they always play us close, and we're 12.5-point favorites. Speaking of nervous.
Lay it. Lay it. Come on. Not a key number. Lay it. Come up next with the show. It is Chelsea's least favorite day of the week, but that doesn't mean we stop picking winners. Favorite players are next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, got our best bets. Got our Donkster here, ready to go as well. Chelsea, have you seen this video of Will Smith performing overseas? Like, he's on tour right now because he released his first full-length album in like 20 years this year. And there's this video going around the internet where it's a video of him performing, and everyone is crushing this video because it's pretty clear that the audience members are AI. Like, it just doesn't look right. And so people are zooming in on different members of the audience. And like one person, because AI doesn't always get it right. And like one person has like crushed fingers and like they're like cheering for Will, fingers are crushed. Another person has like a Yankees hat or something on, but the logo is all messed up. Like, you can just watch the video and say, this seems a little bit off. But I've heard a lot of people talk about this where they are definitely generating bigger crowds. Even some of the signs don't make sense. Like, one of them says, you helped me get through cancer, but it's not really written correctly. So whoever had this idea, and look, we haven't verified this, but it's pretty clear this is a fake. I encourage you to check it out. It's weird.
I don't know what it is, but AI like rarely gets fingers right. Like, there's something about fingers that like AI cannot figure out, because I've seen this plenty of times. But this just feels like the 2025 version of something that like we've been doing for a while. Because remember when Will Smith was super popular in the TV scheme of things?
Yeah,
we had laugh tracks. You know, you would have laugh tracks where it's like, hey, this is people laughing, when you know for a fact these are not real people laughing. And then we had, remember when the Atlanta Falcons pumped in crowd noise and they got in trouble for it?
I forgot
like,
about
what
that.
What are we doing? So, like, this has always existed in, like, some shape or form. But, like, now with AI, there are so many things where you have to have your, like, critical thinking cap on at all times. Like, every time I watch a video on Instagram, I'm like, is this even real? The worst ones are those really nice houses that are like, you know, it's like a mansion that's like in the middle of a jungle, or you see like really cool interior design ideas. And then like there is a plant in the house that like has no base to it. It's just like leaves and there's like no roots. And you're like, what is that fern doing in the middle of the staircase?
Yes.
And you're like, oh, this is not real and not attainable.
Even sometimes on TikTok, you'll see that. You're like, oh, this looks cool. And you're like, wait a second, this isn't right. You have to watch everything with an even more critical eye than ever. I had to tell a friend of mine, like, I need you to check these videos before you send them to me. She sent me like, and she's a really good friend of mine, but she sent me like 3 straight videos that weren't real. I was like, this, I said, hey, I appreciate you sending this. This isn't real. She's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. A couple days later, oh my God, have you seen this? I was like, hey, I double checked this. It's not real. It's a fake. She's like, oh my God, I need to double check these. I was like, just maybe get caught up. I think it was, what was it? It was, and this was so obvious. Like, some of these are just common sense. It was, do you remember this from a few months ago where it was an A's game and they had a female announcer and someone hit a home run, or maybe this is last year when they weren't in Sacramento. I think it was. And the ball, it's a home run, and you hear the announcer go, whoa, that's over the wall. What is that? What do they call that? And the color commentator's like, well, that's a home run. And people are like, I can't believe this woman has this job and she doesn't know. I was like, guys, this is 1,000% a fake. And of course it was.
It's crazy to think how much that can shape like the narratives and the thoughts of like our country.
Yes.
Like, I know people have talked about it like at the highest level when it comes to the election, but even, I don't know if you've kept following this like Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni story, which like, who cares at this point? But apparently they like spent $30,000 a month on people to comment things about Justin Baldoni. Be like, Team Justin. Like, they paid people to do this, and they paid like bots to like just comment on Instagram and shape the narrative. People do this. It's crazy.
That's why I'm going to start doing that. This Jinx guy always crushes his bets. I'm going like 2-11.
Right?
But I'm going to shape the narrative.
Where are bots?
Yeah. I got some extra cash because I'm going to save some today on DoorDash when I put in 13. Take advantage of old Taylor and Travis. Yeah. Coming up next to Bet Sweats, Sammy P and Joe O preview the Chiefs. And they will react to Taylor and Travis like everyone is going to do from now until the end of time. Jeff Schwartz from Fox Sports will be along at 9:40. Paul Charchian. Charch is talking fantasy at 10:20. And longtime baseball center fielder Kevin Pillar joins at 11 o'clock. Here we go. Let's pick some winners.
Time to place your bets.
All right, couple squad plays. I got a bigger card, which is normally the way we go. What do you got, Chelsea?
Yeah, let's go plus money for the best bet of the day. Gonna take the Blue Jays on the run line today for plus 115. I think this is a good price on one of the best teams in all of the American League. And plus, they're quietly one of the best run line teams in all of baseball. I didn't realize this, but if you look at their run line record over the course of the season, 79-54. And even more impressive, they have a great run line record at home this year. We talk about this in baseball betting all the time. When you take home favorites on the run line, sometimes it's tricky because if they're only leading by one, they don't play the bottom of the ninth. But even with that built into the number, they've still been really good. 41-24 again on the run line at home this year. Plus, Toronto has a pitching advantage here in Eric Lauer, who's been great for the Blue Jays all season long. 8-2, 2.76 ERA. Plus, he is on extended rest. Since Shane Bieber came back to the rotation, he was pushed back. So he should be nice and fresh for this game. Meanwhile, they're playing the Twins today, which, enough said, the Twins sold everybody when it came to the trade deadline. And plus, they have Simeon Woods Richardson going today, 5-4 with a 4.24 ERA, and he has not lasted 5 innings in any of his last 3 starts. So I don't trust this bullpen. I know the Blue Jays bullpen gave it up last night, but I think the Blue Jays get their licks back tonight. It's the better team overall. They've been great at home this year, 43-22. So let's take the Blue Jays on the run line for a little plus money today.
Okay. I will be on that as well. I'm going to go Rangers on the money line, minus 155. So Nathan Eovaldi was going to get the start in this game, and now he's out probably for the season with a rotator cuff injury. That's a bummer. So the Rangers are going with Jacob Latz instead, which means it is a bullpen game for the Rangers, but that's okay because this is one of the best bullpens in the American League. Moreover, the Angels are going with Jack Kochanowicz, and he has been awful on the road. 1-6 with an ERA of 6.20. Shut out the Rangers in one appearance over 4 2/3, but then gave up 8 runs in the other over 2 2/3. The Angels bullpen is really bad, so we are sticking with the Rangers on the money line, minus 155.
Yeah, I feel like sneakily I'm liking the slate a little bit more than I thought I did on first glance because I actually have 2 bets today.
Okay.
Also going to be on the Brewers today. Again, one of the best teams in all of baseball, best run differential in all of baseball, and you get them at a good price today at home. Brewers at minus 149. We shopped around, found you the best price. And I understand that the Diamondbacks are a scrappy bunch, but still, the Brewers, if you look at all of the numbers, they line up for you here. And plus, I think the pitching matchup kind of favors them today if you look at the Brew Crew. So I'm going to be on the Brewers, best team in baseball, at a price under minus 150. I think that's a solid play as well.
Ooh, I like that. I will be playing that as well. I mean, like you said, at that price, how do you not take it? Mm-hmm. So I've got 2 bets on this game. So who knows how this can go? It could be feast or famine here. But I'm going to go D-backs Brewers over 8. I'm going to play it down from 8. Found it at minus 129. I like that price. Both sides on this or in this series have been really hot. We saw 12 runs in game 1, 17 runs in game 2. And when you bet the Diamondbacks, look, they're really good in the first 5, but I think Quinn Priester can maybe hold them back a little bit. But ultimately, the real key here, I think, is that Diamondbacks bullpen, which has been something you fade all season long. Milwaukee, I think, wins this game, and they get a couple late to put us over the top here. So we're going to go over 8, minus 129. A pretty full card for us.
Yeah, I was going to say you should do a same-game parlay for a little bit of pizza money or something. I haven't done many same-game parlays for baseball, but I need to start, especially like if you think they're correlated. But I'm saving that for football season. I can't wait for like 1,000 same-game parlays on a Monday night.
You need to do that, and you need to lay the 12.5 with NC State against ECU. Do it.
No, it's a rivalry game.
Do it.
They beat us a lot, Jenks.
Whatever.
No.
ECU. Give me a break. All right, we got to bring in the Donkster here and then get to Joe. Oh, Donkster! What are you up to? Why is your microphone stuck into your neck? What's going on?
Did everyone hear the big celebrity news yesterday?
Yes, we all heard about Taylor and Travis.
I don't know who they are.
Oh.
But I do know that Scarlett Johansson and Jonathan Bailey are teasing fans with another intimate moment before the release of Jurassic World Rebirth.
Oh. Keeping up with the celebs. It sounds thrilling.
It is. And it has fans asking, when will one of them go for the slip of the tongue?
I don't think anyone is asking that. Do you have a bet?
Braves! Money line against the Fish.
Okay. Good job. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. Well, I don't know. That's why we bring in our good buddy, Joe O. I don't see him, but maybe he's there. Joe O, are you with us?
No.
No.
Is the Joe O in the room with us?
Is the Joe O? Joe O, if you are in the room with us, speak now.
Speak now.
No.
Taylor Swift album. I think he heard us talking about Taylor Swift and was like, no, I can't do it. I tried, but I can't.
I think I saw him for a second. And then when we said, hey, coming up next on Bad Sweats, they'll talk about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. He was like, nope. Turn the camera off.
He said, no, we're not.
He bounced. He's like,
the hell we are.
Watch. Maybe Sammy P will. I heard you guys talk about it for an hour. No thanks. All right, Joel. Maybe next time, buddy. Well, that's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Oh, just so thrilled for these guys. I'm going to go on a deep dive on Instagram today. I can't wait. That's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Go out and have a great Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Muted, Sam.
It's already a challenging Wednesday to get things started. I don't have video, but I think I have audio. We don't have Sam's audio, but we have his video. We are completely messed up. Perfect. Just over a week out from the start of the NFL season, but we got some games going down tomorrow in college football. We're going to cover all that. It's a fun show planned. Of course, we randomly have the countdown to kickoff on the Kansas City Chiefs coming up with the big news involving them. So we will talk to Jeff Schwartz. We will have power rankings, our favorite conference plays in college football. Our buddy Paul Charchian will stop by. Kevin Pillar, former major leaguer from Foul Territory, will be here as well. And as we were just talking about college football, how about Heisman bets? We'll have a full segment breaking down the Heisman Trophy Award for this upcoming season. So it's a meaty show, Sam. How are you feeling? Oh, dang. Off to a roaring start with both of us. So there's all that going down today. But obviously we know what the big story is, I guess. Like, it's in our contract. Do we have to talk about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce everywhere you went yesterday? As soon as I saw the news drop, I'm like, okay, I hope this is fake. And then it just blows up everywhere. And people were talking about it. Everywhere you go, it was unavoidable. I would say that there are some betting things that you can discuss. We will get to those coming up. Sam, are you with us now? Audio-wise? No. He's frozen. Oh, man. This is not expected to be the best start as things are off to a... There we go. I hear you now, Sam. You're moving that microphone around in New York.
Did they not want us to connect on a Wednesday morning? I don't understand.
No, it's you. They had your video. They stole your audio. Now you're good. You've got both. Myself, I've got color bars. And since I was trying to waste time and talk there, I'm like, oh, I can't really try to figure this thing out. I was trying to talk to Donkstar at color bars. Usually the solution is from high above, from technical here. They say, restart the computer. I did restart the computer, and we're still dealing with the same issue.
That'll fix everything. I've got
Good.
the microphone plugged in. It's bright and early. I just walked to work in New York City. Paul points at me. I start talking. You start talking. It is what it is, buddy. We're going to do our best the next 3 hours.
Yeah, for sure. So why don't you explain? What are you doing in New York? Is this going to be a regular thing?
Yeah, so we do bear bets now once a week out of New York.
Okay.
And I have to take that 4.5-hour train ride from Boston to New York, do the show this morning, do bear bets, hop on a show home. So just lovely. You know, there's nothing quite like sitting on a 4.5-hour train when the guy in the row across from you is on a 60-minute sales call, top of his lungs. The whole car can hear him. He's bragging about how much money he has, how many deals he's closed. I got the headphones at max volume.
No.
I'm hearing the whole call, dude. Brutal.
Oh, okay. So I'm thinking during the football season, it's a pain in your ass. There's no doubt about that. And I'm frankly a little disappointed that they didn't pony up for a flight. I don't know if you requested a flight, but a 4.5-hour train ride both ways every single week sucks.
It is tough.
You will be able.
You don't want to make that flight. You
No?
do. I'll jump in here. You do not want to, like, the time you will spend. I mean, Sam, you're the one doing it. I guess you offer an opinion as well. But like for me, I would much rather take the train. Between the time you're going to take to get to the airport, the plane, all that, I'd much rather take a train.
The one thing about the train is that there's not any delays. Usually the train is on time, leaves on time, arrives on time. 8 of the last 10 flights I've taken have been delayed. and then you're in the airport for an extra hour, 90 minutes. You got to wait for your bags. Look, not a big deal, Joe. You're right, though. Talk to me early October, mid-October, when I'm on 4 more sales calls that I'm not even on, and then we'll discuss my frustrations.
I hate those people. Not only just, I don't know what's worse. It was a double whammy because it's the kind of person you're dealing with, and then just being loud and hearing the entire conversation, and they've got to be, at max level the entire time too, because I'm a sales guy and I've got to sell myself. I've got a friend who does sales, and once in a while I go to him like, can you just not do sales right now? Like, can you push that personality somewhere else? Like, you don't need to sell me on any garbage right now. Stop trying to sell me on something. You're not at work right now.
He kept hitting the line. Whoa, when I did my first million, I'm like, oh,
get out of here, dude.
Yeah. The first million guy, the whole call. Oh, my first million hit then. Oh, then I got my second million. Just projecting. So is what it is. I did see the Phillies hit a big home run end of that game against the Mets last night, and Mets fans were losing their minds. That was an exciting one. Mets are up 5-3. It's Bader with the 2-run homer late. Obviously, we know how the game ended, but that was a fun game last night between the Phillies and the Mets. And I know we're not going to talk a bunch of baseball because football is here, but that was an exciting game last night. Mets end up squeaking it out 6-5, but that had everything you want in a game with playoff implications on the line. Obviously, the Phillies have a nice lead in that division, but to see the Mets take that lead, Alonso's doing the choke sign, hand to his throat, then the Phillies tie it 5-5. That was an awesome game last night to pay attention to.
Do you like either team in the playoffs?
Not really. I don't trust the pitching.
Yeah. Well, not once you got that Wheeler injury. Like, that's brutal. And then it comes post trade deadline too. Like, not that you can recover from that, but they're a team that goes for it historically, so they don't really care about the prospects. They look at them, the old Ken Williams line, prospects are suspect. Like, they'll deal them and they'll play for now, and it might be the last year that Schwarber's there. Like, they'll go in for it, but yeah, no, I have my concerns. I think both leagues. I mean, we'll talk about it with Kevin Pillar, final hour of the show coming up 11 a.m. Eastern. But I just look at both. It's like, you always say this about baseball, but usually there's a team or two that you're scared of. Are you scared of anybody? I'm not there. Like, I could make a case for anybody that's going to be in the playoff picture in either league.
The Dodgers are still terrifying, I think, for any opposing pitching staff to face. And we know that. We look at the odds board, huge favorites to win the NL, substantial favorites to win the World Series. That lineup, 1-7, is terrifying if you're an opposing pitching staff. But even the Dodgers have shown their issues. And for them, it's been health in the rotation. Can their big guys stay healthy? What do you get from Ohtani in the postseason on the bump? Is Glasnow going to stay on the bump? What's up with Blake Snell? Offensively, that's a team that could beat anybody on any given day. But the Dodgers pitching staff, to me, is a huge question mark because you have a lot of guys you rely on that have had these bumps and bruises along the way this season. And Glasnow, of course, has the stuff to be an ace. The question is he pitching? Is he healthy in October? So, we say this every year. And if you turn on MLB Network, you listen to Foul Territory, every year I feel like we have the same conversation. Oh, it's never been this wide open. We have that conversation every single season. But I honestly believe it this year in Major League Baseball.
Yeah. And I also know, we know in the back of our minds, okay, yeah, the Dodgers have the talent, but we've seen them go down in flames many times while being the best team in baseball. Like, if you go, if we go run differential, it is, Milwaukee just killing it. They're far and away number one. Sorry, not scared of Milwaukee. They've been awesome. You give the franchise a ton of credit. Nobody expected them to be here right now. But I think most of us think, the Brewers are going to lose to somebody. It's just a matter of which team they're going to lose to. But that's the nature of baseball, man.
And then in the American League, you have the Yankees, who are starting to just pound the baseball day after day after day, surrounded by the unproven teams. When we think of Seattle, when we think of Detroit, Toronto, you have 3 teams that are very talented and very well structured to make playoff runs. But they're also Detroit and Seattle and Toronto. And the Yankees just went to the World Series, and when the bats are hot, the Yankees can beat anybody. Last year we get Dodgers Yankees. I don't know that we get that again, but it wouldn't surprise me. And maybe we are in this day and age where you just have to out-hit the other team. If that's the case, I could line up LA, New York again. But the Yankees are starting to get healthy. They're starting to mash at the plate. And you have those 2 lineups. I mean, if those 2 teams are hitting, why can't we have another rematch of last fall?
Oh, yeah, we absolutely could. There's no doubt about that. So we'll talk about that throughout the show as well. We're going heavy football, but we're certainly not just ignoring baseball. Especially once we get to the playoffs, we'll be here betting that, talking about it each and every day here on Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got the BetMGM network. We are here weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time on the network. And make sure you listen on demand. Subscribe to the Bet Sweats podcast. Never miss an episode. Odyssey app. Describe all the segments. If you're behind, busy at work during the day, you can always catch up there as well. College football. We have a handful of games tomorrow. But as far as the lead for us right now, we've got line movement for one of the games tomorrow. We're talking about Boise State, South Florida, very early on, late afternoon game. And this number keeps on crashing. It opened at 9.5. Boise, the road favorite. Sam, I see it as low as 5.5. And that's where we're at Pinnacle right now. Most spots sit in 6, but 5.5 at Pinnacle. One of those sharp books that people like to pay attention to.
When it goes through 7, you have my attention. And it did cross through quite a while ago. But now we're crawling through 6, right? There's a couple domestics that have 5.5. Now, BetMGM sitting 6.5, which is one of the higher numbers in the market. So if you like the dog, check out the legendary sports book and take the 6.5 because you're at 6 and a lot of books. And as Joe mentioned, 5.5 at Pinnacle, which is a lot of people's North Star. The question for Boise is, how do you replace Ashton Genty? I don't know that you can, but he made a lot of things easy last year for this team. I mean, he was 65, 70% of their offense. So now he's gone. He goes in the top 10 in the NFL draft. How do you replace that production? And I think that's an answer that Boise's going to search for. It's wild, though, because Boise's still favored, and they're substantial favorites to win the Mountain West. The team that was on line 2, UNLV, just struggled with Idaho State. So I think a lot of people coming into the season were looking for teams to just pick off Boise State. UNLV was 6-7-1 to win this conference, supposed to be team number 2. And they can't stop the pass against Idaho State. Dan Mullen's running Rebs. So while I think a lot of people were gunning for Boise State this year, and we can see the market move from 9.5 to 6, 5.5, there's an appetite to bet against, but odds are good. Boise's still the cream of the crop in the Mountain West.
Also tomorrow, we have Nebraska-Cincinnati playing at Arrowhead. Oh, Travis Kelce's school playing at Arrowhead tomorrow. This is notable, not the biggest of moves, but when you're in one of the key number spots, we're going to talk about it. BetMGM has gone to 7. There are a lot of books that are sitting 6.5, but a few 7s popping up here, so support for Nebraska.
I love when they open these lines just shy of 3, of 7, 14, 21. When they open 2.5, 6.5, 13.5, 20.5. That's natural built-in respect for the dog. And I lean, just because I see the way the game opened and the way it's posted at a lot of places, I lean to the dog. I do lean to Cincy. Nebraska is also a very trendy team because maybe you've heard the quarterback thinks he's Patrick Mahomes. He dresses like him. He wears the glasses like him. The haircut is similar. Every Nebraska game, you're going to hear about Raiola, Mahomes, and that obvious connection. We'll see. Nebraska's good. I don't know that Nebraska is 7 points better on the road than Cincinnati.
And Texas, Ohio State, obviously the big game of the week. Get things started on Saturday. This thing is ranging from 1 to 2.5, man. I think that's wild. Like you see Circa at 1, you see Pinnacle at 2.5. BetMGM's right in the middle there at 1.5.
I can't wait for Michael Felder to be right. He called for offense.
Over.
I side with him. I think he's dead on.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you lit up once he said that, and you were a little surprised because everybody else is saying quite the opposite. Countdown to kickoff continues. Kansas City Chiefs preview next here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
3rd and 16. Mahomes rolling out. Looking, firing, intercepted, picked up by Cooper DeJean, gets a block. DeJean is in, touchdown. Hurts lets it go, complete A.J. Brown, he's in, touchdown, Eagles.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
We roll right along. Oh, I see him.
Oh.
I see our guy. Woo! Bright and early on a Wednesday morning. Joe Ostrowski, the camera is live.
Got
Good
it
morning.
figured out. Finally. Yeah. See, they don't know. They probably do know, actually. Common sense would tell you. If you need a problem fixed, like around the house, my wife doesn't even bother asking me anymore. It's kind of emasculating. It used to be early in the marriage, right to the father-in-law, my father-in-law, her dad. Now it's like other friends of ours. Like, don't even bother. You know what? You got to call Phil. Call Phil. Like, every little thing. The house is broken. I can't believe it. And because she knows we're screwed. Because I have no chance of fixing anything in the house. I'm the furthest thing from a handyman. So me trying to figure out this camera issue took a little while, technically, but we eventually got here, and I'm sure we'll be here again tomorrow.
Just like Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, we'll always find our way home.
Real. How about that? I mean, Paul Aspen, not by design, he picks the Chiefs the day after the biggest Chiefs story of the entire offseason. We'll have to break down some of those prop bets that are offshore. I don't know if you've seen any of them. Boy, did they get creative. Good ways to get people to talk about your sports book. So we'll get to that coming up. But yeah, while the Chiefs are the story because of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, whether you want to believe it or not, I'm still holding out on my stance that this is all fake. This is all about publicity. But people have been telling me I'm wrong for years. 15-2, Sam. 15-2 last year, and they were the 1 seed. But it wasn't in impressive fashion. They just won. They didn't care about covering your point spread. They did that less than half the time, and people would get frustrated because they want to bet on the Chiefs, and they would bet on the Chiefs, and it wasn't the same explosive offense that we got used to in the past. This past season, they were third worst explosive passing offense, dead last explosive rushing offense. But because Mahomes doesn't turn the ball over, they did enough to get the job done. 1-score games, 11-0. That's any other team in the NFL, Sam. We're having a conversation. They're screwed. You don't go 11-0 in this league. But because it's Mahomes, because it's Andy Reid, tell me if I'm wrong. That's not the reaction. That's not my reaction. How is it for you when you see 11-0 with Kansas City and 1-score games last year?
You can't possibly expect that to continue.
No.
But that said, I don't think they're going to go 3-8 in 1-score games this year. Their team is defensively driven now. Their defense has surpassed their offense. And, I don't like to make direct comparisons, but it's very similar. My vibes around Kansas City are the same vibes I used to have around New England. It's almost like the regular season is elementary to them. I don't want to say it doesn't matter because it does. And last year, of course, they go 15-2 and clinch home field. But they can win in the playoffs no matter where they are. So for me, it's simple. Keep 15 up, keep them healthy, keep Kelce interested, and just get into the playoffs. And we know the number. They're minus 115, minus 120 to win the division, which they probably win again. They've won it 9 years in a row, despite every year. Kansas City, maybe we take a shot at Kansas City. Maybe we take them off line one. Good luck. I'd like it to be Denver. I love Denver's roster, but I doubt these second-year quarterbacks. I doubt guys like Bo Nix because that second year is usually a humbling experience. Oh, you like the Chargers? Okay. Well, Rashawn Slater's out for the year. And now Joe Alt's at left tackle. McConkey's been banged up. Who knows what's up with Najee Harris? I know Harbaugh's an awesome coach and that team wins games, but are we really trying to dethrone Kansas City in the West? I'm not. So you have a win total, 11.5. It's a really good number.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very easy to go either way. I could sell you on the over. I could sell you on the under. Watch them win 11 or 12. But then when they get in, you got to beat the best quarterback in the playoffs. And that's sort of how I handicap Kansas City. They were very good last year against the number, too, in the regular season. They were covering spreads like crazy. And I remember vividly, we had people on this show, Kansas City can't keep covering. And then they did. They were a tremendous cover team last year. Good teams win, great teams cover. They did both last season. Then you get to the Super Bowl, and some of the flaws are exposed. You can definitely run on the Chiefs. The problem is a lot of teams, they try and get in these passing duels with Mahomes. It's very mental when you play Kansas City because you know at the end of the day, you have to outlast Patrick Mahomes. And a lot of teams try, a lot of teams fail.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it wasn't the most impressive fashion because with a 15-and record, their point differential is plus 59. What? You're 15-2. How is it plus 59? That's not supposed to happen. Mentioned 11-0 in one-score games. Even more impressive, it's now 15 straight wins in one-score games.
Wow.
15 in a row. So, yeah, this has gone over a couple of years. You mentioned winning the West 9 straight years. I mean, my first thought is this not the easiest bet? I see a minus 105 out there. We're always looking which team can beat the Chiefs in the West. Which team? We do it on a yearly basis. Now they're going for a decade straight winning the division. Why aren't we betting Chiefs minus 105?
Don't know.
Yeah.
I have heard a lot of sharp people, and it's funny when I say that because you think I'm going to tell you something very, next level or very rare or very interesting. No, it's just the Bills to win the division and the Chiefs to win the division. I've heard that more and more in the last 30 days than I've heard anything else. A lot of people want hot takes. They want the Panthers to win the NFC South. They want the Raiders to make the playoffs. Well, guys I know are parlaying KC and Buffalo to win their divisions. Not overthinking it. Of course.
I love that. And Brinson was talking about that, but, we didn't want to go down that road because we spent enough time on the Lions yesterday. But he was throwing in the Lions, and I know when he said that what you were thinking because I was thinking the exact same thing. Like, no, dude, that's going to mess up the parlay. That's kind of where we're at. But if you just leave Bills Chiefs, like that's probably the move. So there you go, 11.5. Okay, I looked at the win total. So you mentioned the long winning streak with the division. Let's look in the last 12 years in the win total. 10-2 to the over. 10-2 to the over. Last 12 years. So they went under in 2023. The number was 11.5, just like this year. They won 11 games. 2021, the number was 12.5. They won 12 games. Got you by the hook. So 10-2, yeah, that's probably not the worst move in the world. As far as this roster, where do we need to start? What's your first thought on what is going to be most impactful when it comes to the 2025 Chiefs season?
Who's healthy and who's ready to go in the receiver room? Because I think that is something that we all pay attention to. Do you get a bought-in Rashee Rice? Is he healthy? Is he able to bounce back? We'll see. What's up with Hollywood Brown? What's up with Xavier Worthy? There are a lot of issues, I think, with Kansas City. Guys that are talented, and we know they're talented, they have issues either staying on the field or issues off the field. When they're all out there, I think it's a very decent and well-rounded playmaker room. And you know what you get from Kelsey. I think, though, from a roster standpoint, when we rank the teams and put them in order, Kansas City's not in my top 3 anymore in terms of power rating. They were for a long time. They were either 1 or 2 most years. But now I've got Baltimore 1, Buffalo 2, Philly 3. I think Kansas City has the 4th best roster, man to man. That's a total 53-man roster. But the weight in the playoffs cannot be ramped up enough because they know how to win, and they've proven it. It's so weird to me. Like, I'm almost not interested in the regular season for Kansas City. I know we just sort of hinted at betting the division, but I don't want to bet over at 11.5. I don't want to bet Mahomes MVP. I don't want to bet every Travis Kelce over, which I heard a ton of yesterday. Oh, he's got to go over. It's his last season. No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. It's ridiculous.
Just stay healthy. They just have to go through the motions and get in. But I honestly think from top to bottom, they are no longer a top 3 team in the NFL. Ask me that question, though, when we turn the calendar to January and the Chiefs are a 3-point dog against Baltimore or a 2.5-point dog against Buffalo. Who are you going to bet then? It's a different conversation when you get to that second season.
I like your idea about the offense. Remember, it was Kelce. Kelce was the leading receiver, and he wasn't great last year. So, yeah, as far as player props, you're spot on. Like, that was my thought when going over this team and looking for bets. I don't want anything to do with anybody's season-long prop. I don't know what Kelce's role is going to be. I don't know, is it going to be more Worthy? Is it going to be more Rice? And then you mentioned Hollywood Brown as well. But if all 3 are on the field, they're going to be in a really strong spot. And they got no explosion from their passing game a year ago. So who's going to be the difference maker? If they're all on the field, this seems better than they were a year ago. And they almost got the 3-peat. I know it wasn't a close game, and we told you it probably wasn't going to be a close game, even though everybody was like, oh, you got to go Chiefs, you got to go Chiefs. We were all Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly. But they made it to the Super Bowl, and I think they're better this year. I'm going to answer my own question. You went to the receiving group. I go to the offensive line. They've got some changes on the left side. It's going to be really interesting. Now, this was part of their issue last year. A lot of injuries going down. The right side, very strong. There were a lot of teams hopeful that they wouldn't bring back Trey Smith. They were able to get that deal worked out. They have a young Creed Humphrey who's terrific at center. But we've got changes on the left side. You have a rookie left tackle you took at the end of the first round in Josh Simmons out of Ohio State. And then Joe Thuney, you trade him to the Bears, your left guard. So how is that going to work out? We are talking about the franchise, Patrick Mahomes, protecting his blind side. So that left side of the line, I think they're going to get it worked out. They usually do. And if somebody's not getting the job done, first round pick or not, they're going to yank them. We're not going to mess around with the blind side of Patrick Mahomes here. They always find a way, but that certainly stands out to me. Just reworking that blind side and starting left tackle brand new for the Kansas City Chiefs. So that's going to be very interesting.
There will be growing pains, but the hope there, if you're a Kansas City fan, is that they get better over the course of the season, which is what they've done since Mahomes took over. But here's a pretty telling stat. So Mahomes has been the starter in Kansas City for 7 seasons. I'm going to read you the rankings chronologically. This is KC's rank points-wise across the league. Mahomes' first year, they're number 1 in points. Okay, pretty good. The next year, 5, then 6, then 4, then 1. So dominant, bordering on elite offenses for those first 5 seasons. 1, 5, 6, 4, 1. Very, very good. The last 2 years, 15 and 15. The offensive explosion, production, is not what it used to be. But they're so good on defense that it hasn't mattered. They may have depreciated offensively in terms of lighting up the scoreboard, but their defense is so much better that it doesn't really matter anymore. They don't have to outscore you anymore. They can outguard you. They can outdefend you. That's how tough it is to beat them. The offense has taken a step back, but they still went 15-2.
All right, I just plugged in Bills, Chiefs, 2-team parlay, win their divisions, plus 180.
Yeah, that's a good bet. I don't care what anybody says. Yesterday I said, watch me tease 3-9. Watch me parlay the Chiefs and the Bills.
The hell out of it. Many, many units. Let's not overthink it. Those people are smart. I'll say that. Joe O, Sammy P, Jeff Schwartz, he's going to hang out. We'll talk more Kansas City Chiefs. We'll get to our power rankings, top of the hour right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Sam's in New York, so is our next guest as we continue the Kansas City Chiefs conversation. Today's team on the countdown to kickoff. Now joining us, Jeff Schwartz at Jeff Schwartz over on X, 8-year NFL offensive lineman. He's got the Jeff Schwartz is Smarter Than You podcast. He's all over the place. Sirius XM, Fox Sports. He does Bear Bets with Sammy. How you doing, Jeff?
I'm good. I'm glad to be with you guys. Sammy, hello. I'll see you in, whatever, we're done in 12 minutes. I'll see you in 12 minutes in another room.
I can't wait. I can't wait to do our Oklahoma drill in the hallway where I usually beat you. So we're just talking
you might lose.
Kansas City, and
yeah,
Joe gave the number how many times they've gone over. What's the number, Joe? Like 9-2 last 11 years or something like that, or 10-2? They just keep finding ways to get over the win total, yet people still shoot arrows at them every season. The number's 11.5. When you hear that, what's the first reaction?
Well, it is a very high number with their schedule, right? We know that. And they keep sort of increasing the number sometimes every year, right? I mean, and by the way, when he hasn't gone over the win total, it's been, I think, 10 wins. Like, it's not been a bad season. It's just been one less, or maybe a 1.5 games less, right, than the number. I think the Chiefs are going to be really good this season for many reasons. And I'm not sure that 12 wins is the right way to play this. Maybe, I have a division ticket in pocket. That's the best way to play Kansas City. But they're going to be good again. I think that we are distracted by the Super Bowl and distracted by our hatred of dynasties in the NFL and really in pro sports to look at the way this team is constructed. The Super Bowl is one thing. It happened. It's now a new season. And the NFL is unique in that new seasons, basically, whatever happened last year doesn't happen again. Like that's what the NFL is. They are better in offense. They're healthier, right? Rashee Rice healthy. Hollywood Brown healthy. Xavier Worthy, year 2. Travis Kelce, admittedly, much better shape right now. Yeah, they missed Joe Thuney, but their left tackle situation appears to be figured out. Very healthy offense, right? Defensively, all they got to be is about average. They can do that with the personnel they have. So, guys, this team, to me, is better than last season. And if they're better, especially offensively, they're very capable of going over 11.5 wins.
Yeah, there's a minus 105 on the division out there. I see that. I'm like, oh, bargain. As everybody's looking for the next team, is Jim Harbaugh's second year. They're going to take over. Look at what the Broncos did last year. Everybody's looking elsewhere when maybe it's just the Chiefs. Let's talk about your specialty, offensive line. And you hinted on it right there, trading Joe Thuney over to the Bears. You have that change, but it looks like they have more depth. Certainly something that they needed a year ago. So you draft Simmons in the first round. It looks like he's going to be your starting left tackle. You spent some money in free agency. Jalen Moore, he comes in as well. I'm guessing the swing tackle. The right side's very strong, but Mahomes' blind side is where the changes are. What is your confidence level with the O-line?
The depth piece you mentioned is very interesting. They basically pay Jalen Moore $15 million a year to be a swing tackle. I want that job. Can I have that job to be a swing tackle for $15 million a season? They brought him in obviously to start, and then Josh Simmons was available at 31, and they pivoted. I think they might draft him a couple slots earlier with a trade, but they ended up drafting Josh Simmons, and Josh Simmons came in immediately, was good. Remember, before Josh Simmons got hurt against Oregon, he was considered offensive tackle 1. He had been playing that well that he was considered that type of player, and the Chiefs got a bargain late at the end of the first round. Kingsley Suamataia is the question at left guard. He's a tackle from BYU. Last year, they tried him at left tackle, didn't work well, was benched, and then came back and played all the way in week 17, or it would have been week 18 against Denver at left guard. Played really well at left guard. He's been tasked with playing left guard this season. The preseason has been what's expected. Struggled a little bit early, and then last game in Chicago, played pretty well. And there's going to be issues. He's got some things to work on, but the more reps he gets should be better. The center, right tackle, right guard, you know what you're getting from them. And the depth piece of having more there as a swing tackle, even if you needed to, put him in a guard. Like, you have a lot of options there. Even the backups they have played football before, and Wanya Morris and some of the inside guys. So it's a very deep group. Here's the thing, guys. When you have, like, one weak link on the offensive line, you can figure out a way to scheme that out, right? Especially if it's a tackle. If you have multiple, it's very hard. The Chiefs right now have one left guard. And so you could send Creed Humphrey there. You could have the tackle help. You can find ways to make life easier for him. And that's where the Chiefs, I think, are pretty lucky right now that Josh Simmons has come in as a rookie and looked really good at left tackle.
Let's talk Mr. Swift, the elephant in the room. I think it's great. He's engaged. It changes nothing for me. There was a lot of chatter last night. Well, what does this do to his props? Nothing really. These numbers, these season-long numbers, are almost disrespectful. So Travis Kelce's receiving number for the season is as low as 675.5. That's it. 675.5. The touchdown number is 4.5. Again, don't care that he's engaged. Good for him. Doesn't affect anything. You mentioned he's in better shape. If that's the case, Jeff, he only needs 5 touchdowns to get over.
Yeah, he has said he's in better shape. There's a big article yesterday about this, about how much better shape he's in than last season. He just looks that way as well. And look, last year he was not supposed to be the focal point of the offense. It was going to be Rashee Rice, who had 30 catches through 3 weeks, then got hurt. So Travis Kelce looks in better shape. We know the connection between him and Mahomes is always going to be there. I do think they spread the ball around a little bit more with guys healthy, but that number is really shockingly low, Sammy, for guys who are going to play 17 weeks. I know last year he didn't have a lot of broken tackles. He didn't have a lot of yards after catch. Look at him. Look at him playing right now. He looks like a different player. I did a wager this morning. I was only allowed $25, unfortunately, that Travis Kelce will retire before they announce a pregnancy. To me, that you get plus money on that. This is the end. Like, he's retiring in February. So are they going to announce? I feel like this couple is going to be very strategic about pregnancy, and I don't think they're going to do it before marriage. So I think, Travis, you get plus money. I almost only had $25, unfortunately. I wish the market was bigger than that. But I put my wager in this morning on Travis Kelce to, I think, plus 120, somewhere around there, to retire before they announce a pregnancy. I'm surprised the pregnancy is so heavily favored here.
It's a good breakdown. Good breakdown from Jeff Schwartz here on Bet Sweats. Are they better? Like that's where I'm at. Like 15-2 last year, yes. And I'm looking at the changes, and I'm like, they're better. Agree?
Yeah. So I think sometimes the NFL, and I get the obsession with win-loss record. It's everything, right?
Yeah.
That's you win, you lose. That's what matters. But you can be, in my opinion, like a better team or just as good as you were a previous season and have a worse record. It's just the way the league crumbles, right? There are a lot of close football games. They tend to be more on the 50-50 side, and you might win some, you might lose some. The Chiefs can be 12-5 this year, 11-6 this year, and be better than they were last season. I think that's a case for a lot of teams this season. If Matt Stafford's healthy for the Rams might be better than the Niners, but just they play a tougher schedule. Like they might not win the division, but they're a better team. The Commanders might not have the same record. They might be just as good. And so, yeah, I don't think the Chiefs are winning 15 games. I think the team is better than they were last season. It might not reflect in the win-loss record. The one thing that people always push back on is Kansas City won a lot of close games last year. They absolutely did. They have the streak of close games. But there's sort of 2 buckets of close games, right? It's like, were you more 3, but like, were you a big favorite, you're battling all game, it's going back and forth, and you equal out at the end, right? Are you behind and you come back at the very end and win the game? Or the Chiefs, which is, I'm kind of bored, we're up 2 scores in the third quarter, it gets close in the fourth quarter, we win by a field goal. Like, that's not the same as being behind all game. Like, I was at the Panthers game last year, they won by 3. They're up 20-6. It was in Charlotte. Like, the Panthers stunk. They didn't care at all, and they won by a field goal. They were never behind that game. So I'm going to have to throw that out with Kansas City. That, like, I don't think there's a close game regression this season. But if they end up being 12-5, if they're healthy at the end of the season, this team will be better offensively than last year.
I told Joe Monday, for the first time in my life, I've bet Buffalo to win the Super Bowl. What could go wrong there?
Yeah.
Nothing. Love it or hate it, Buffalo at about 7-1, 7.25.
So they're the team that I have picked to win the Super Bowl. I might change to the Chiefs at some point, but it's sort of time. I've said this for 3 years now, I guess, Sammy. It's sort of time for Buffalo. But you look at the team, again, great team. They beat the Chiefs all the time in the regular season, and they lose these playoff games by a fraction, right? A play here or there. At some point, you have to imagine those plays break their way. And if they get to the Super Bowl 2 weeks Josh Allen, that coaching staff, good football team. I think they are going to emerge as Super Bowl champions. But they got to beat the Chiefs. And that's the only problem, right? Like the bet is good and you get a good number. And maybe you can find a way to play that off in the AFC Championship game. I think Buffalo will be the 1 seed as well. So the Chiefs have to go to Buffalo and make that game happen in Buffalo as well, which, again, will be difficult. We know the Chiefs have done that path before, but doing it again would be pretty impressive. And it does feel like they're due. Again, due is not always the best wager, but at some point they got to be the Chiefs. And they're 0-4 in the postseason. Like at some point, I think they're going to break that curse.
Let's hit some college before we run out of time here. Your school, Oregon. All the changes there, including at quarterback, are they going to take a half step back, or are you expecting them to contend for this tough Big Ten?
You know what kind of bothers me is how we sort of pick and choose which quarterbacks we think are going to be good. Like I keep seeing this thing where like Iowa FCS transfer quarterback from South Dakota State is somehow going to rejuvenate their offense, and yet like Dante Moore played bad as a true freshman and he stinks. What? You guys, playing as a true freshman is very difficult. I did it. Offensive line, imagine quarterback. Okay, it's hard to win road games, conference games in general. Imagine being a true freshman quarterback on a med team going on the road. Dante Moore went on the road with UCLA to 10-win Oregon State and 10-win Utah. It's a hard places to play. Yeah, he didn't play terribly well. Well, guess what? True freshman doesn't play terribly well. Like that's what happens. He sat last season. He's not going to start this year. Is he going to be as good as Bo Nix and Dylan Gabriel? I don't know. His arm is better than those guys. He doesn't move quite as well, but they have showcased him actually moving a little bit more than I think we expected in some of the videos they put out this summer. The question marks for me are really at wide receiver, defensive tackle, and linebacker. Wide receiver is pretty unknown right now. Their best player potentially is this 5-star true freshman, Decorin Moore, who supposedly has been incredible so far. And then defensive tackle is just young. A lot of young guys they've been breeding for years now, got opportunity to play. So I think Oregon's in the mix for the Big Ten. Look, I don't know if we win at Penn State. That obviously matter a lot there.
Jeff Schwartz of Fox Sports. Make sure you check him out. Thank you so much, Jeff. Power Rankings next right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
game. He's got to have it right now. And they take a downfield shot. And the catch is made. It's Ryan Williams, still spinning free. Touchdown, Alabama. They answer in one play. 75 yards for the 17-year-old. Are you kidding us?
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for hanging out on this Wednesday morning. Joe O, Sammy P. Weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. It's that time of the year. Football season is here. We continue with week number 1 coming down tomorrow. Bunch of line movement in those Thursday games. You have those heavyweight matchups coming up over the weekend. 3 top 10 matchups. And then it continues over on Monday. You get Bill Belichick's team playing the first game of the year, which people are going to be very interested to see what happens there. So a lot happening in the college football world, and that's where we're going to go with our power rankings today. We are going to power rank our conference plays, plays that we are looking at coming up, and maybe it's a bit challenging for most because now we're down to basically 4 power conferences. So we'll get to that coming up in just a moment. More college football later on in the show. We'll break down our favorite Heisman plays. Get that coming up. An interesting trend. We're not a trend show, but there is a trend out there involving the Heisman that I do want to discuss. We are also live on X all hour. Bet_sweats. You can find the link there. Watch the video version of this show over on X. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. BetMGMNetwork.com takes you there. Odyssey stations throughout the country as well. And, of course, the podcast. Sam, are you with me? You good audio-wise or no? Apparently not. Always something. See, at the start of the show, it was Sam had video, no audio. I had audio, no video. We eventually got that hammered out for the rest of the hour. But now we're back where we started 1 hour later. But I'm here, and I'll get things rolling here with our power rankings. Favorite conference futures. That's where we're starting. And I'm going to go with a bit of a longer shot at number 3. And coming off that Jeff Schwartz conversation, it would make you think, Joe, what the hell are you doing? What an idiotic play that you've got here. But I'm looking for a little bit of value. And I go to the Big Ten Conference. And I understand if you're down on Oregon a little bit with all the changes there. I mean, hey, we're talking about winning the Big Ten. Just because you're saying they're not going to repeat what they did a year ago doesn't mean they're going to be awful. But maybe they slide back and they're not in that championship game with all the changes, including at quarterback. And Ohio State has a lot of changes as well, especially on the defensive side of the ball, where they lose their defensive mastermind. In fact, they lose both of their coordinators. A bit of a Lions conversation going on there. So it wouldn't be a surprise if they slide back. Penn State is likely to be in the championship game. And it's a short number on Penn State. If you like them in the Big Ten, I'm not going to fight you on that. But who are they going to play? Keep in mind in this era that a lot of times when you have these mega conferences like the SEC and the Big Ten, the 2 teams playing in the championship game are probably both going to be in the playoff anyways. And it's really just about seeding. So if I think Penn State's going to be there, who do I think they're going to play? I'm going with a true freshman quarterback just because of the value and because of some of the changes that I see. I'm going Michigan 9-1. If you were listening yesterday, you're probably not surprised by this call, but Wink Martindale had that defense playing in the last month of the year, and they were going over some top-notch offenses like Indiana and Ohio State, and they played at a very high level. The thing is, they had no passing offense to speak of last year, and they're expecting that to change. If you're just middle of the pack in the country, that would be a massive upgrade from where they were a year ago. So with a couple of those top teams, I think, taking a half step back, I'm going to say Michigan is back, and they do have a softer schedule. So I'm going Michigan 9-1 as my third favorite college football future conference play coming up this year. Number 2, let's go with a number that's still in the middle, and that's shorter than Michigan, but it's a decent number. Another situation where there's a lot of change, but hey, in this era of college football, sometimes you see change and it happens immediately. You don't need to wait 2-3 years. That's no longer the case because you see change throughout the country. Here's another team that has new coordinators. They spent a ton of money on defense, and they should have. I'm talking about Texas Tech. Their defense was god-awful last year. They're giving up 35 points per game. So they have a ton of transfers, spend a lot of money on this defense. They just bring in 5 defensive linemen on that position alone. They're new across the board. I'm expecting them to, I'm not saying elite, but can they at least get to that middle of the pack area? Yes. And it's a wide open Big 12. And so you keep the quarterback. You have 13 4-stars coming in on this team in a wide open conference. I like Texas Tech. I think they're going to get things figured out. And at 6-1, I like that number. And if you look at the odds in that conference, nobody really knows what the hell's going on. That's the message that is being sent with the numbers that are out there. So I go from long shot, medium shot to now a favorite. It's just plus money, but it's my favorite conference future. In the ACC, I'm not going to overthink it, and I'm just going to go to Clemson. And really, outside of 2 teams, I can't make a case for any other team winning the conference. So I'm going to keep it with Clemson at plus 120. You look at that outstanding defense led by Tom Allen. You have one of the best quarterbacks in the nation making his return, Cade Klubnik, and you have the most returning production in the nation. That's what you're getting with Dabo. Tough test to start with LSU. They are favored to win that game. They could very much win that game at home, favored by more than a field goal. And then if you look at the rest of the schedule, I'd say the second toughest game is the last regular season game at South Carolina. If they win their first game of the year, like if you look at the road, you can make a case, maybe 1 loss, maybe none. That's how good I expect Clemson to be. So that's my top play in the conference futures. Clemson plus 120, Texas Tech 6-1, and then Michigan third at 9-1 to win the Big Ten. Joe O. Sammy P. Power rankings. We are going over our favorite conference futures. Sam, those are my 3. How about you? What are you thinking?
I do love the Clemson one. As you know, I love Clemson this year. But for some reason, Clemson didn't make my list. I don't know why. I guess I woke up and chose violence. Let's go 3-1, as we do. I think this team has the best quarterback in the Big 12. And we've had plenty of guests on this year that keep saying, oh, anybody can win the Big 12. Now, that's hyperbolic, of course. There's probably 4 or 5 teams that could win it. But every time I bring this team up, there's pushback. There's hesitation. That's Kansas. I think Jalen Daniels has the potential to be the best quarterback in this conference. And I'm not a prisoner of the moment because I did bet Kansas against Fresno in week 0. I thought it was a great spot, and they rolled. I'm not trying to put too much stock in one win, but I think if they can regress to where they should have been last year, remember, they had the lead in 6 fourth quarters. They lost all those games. That's almost impossible. Things just went south. It was one of those weird years. But I think there's a really good chance that they can get to the Big 12 title game. And if that's the case, you've got 15-1 in your pocket. Even at 1-0, I know it wasn't a conference game. They're still 15-1. I know everybody's talking about, Iowa State and Utah and Kansas State and all that. I think Kansas is worth a pop at 15-1. I love their coach, too. I'm a big Lance Leipold guy. That guy's a winner. He's won everywhere he's been. And I think it was very telling that at the end of last season, right away, he decided we're going to name 2 new coordinators. It didn't work last year. He made changes. So I think Kansas 15-1 is worth a small pizza bet. You bet a little to win a lot on the Kansas Jayhawks. Number 2, Brad Powers says they're his national champion. I'm not quite there. I think my biggest question coming into the season is, can Caleb DeBoer win at this level? He's the head coach, of course, of Alabama. If he can, you are going to be rewarded because most conversations start with Texas, then move to Georgia, then maybe it's an LSU year. Alabama might have the best roster of all of them when it's all said and done. Now, from a power rating standpoint, I have Alabama number 4 in the country. So I have Texas 1, Penn State 2, Ohio State 3, Bama 4. But my gap between Texas and Bama is only 3 points. And that could be way wrong. If Arch Manning isn't as good as people think, I'm going to drop Texas. And if Tyler Simpson is better than market thinks, I'll raise Alabama. I just look at that market, though, and I see 5-1. If they're only 3 points worse than Texas, why are they 5-1 to win the SEC? The math ain't math in there. And I'm a big fan of this roster. I think there's a lot of questions, though, about the coaching staff because you knew what you were going to get when Nick Saban was running the show. You knew they'd win 10 games every year, and you knew they'd compete and probably play for a chance to go to a national championship. I don't know that we have that there. But if we do, you find out nicely at 5-1. Like Texas is in that 2.25 range, 250. You get double the trouble, double the price on Bama. I like that look a lot. Let's go Bama 5-1. And then my favorite future. If I talk about this team anymore, I don't know. I don't know if it's possible to even be that clear how much I love Toledo this year. And they are plus 230 to win the MAC. This is the most talented roster in the MAC. It's not even close. And I've talked about this with you, Joe. I'm over the win total, 8.5. That's moved 50 cents. Toledo's over is now minus 160. Wink, wink. But still a good price to win the conference. And I look at that backfield. You add a guy from Ohio State. You add a guy from Virginia Tech. How many teams outside of the Power Four are adding guys like that in the portal? That's not a move that a MAC school makes, but that's what Jason Candle did this offseason. 2 power running backs are in the backfield. Who's stopping that? Ball State, Ohio, Western Michigan? Ain't happening. Now, they're a little too sexy week 1 against Kentucky, and we did see that move back, by the way. They came in and shoved Kentucky yesterday. They led 7.5, 8, 8.5. That's fine. They're probably going to lose that game. But they could go 11-1, 10-2 this year, and I would be surprised if they don't win the MAC. I'll also tell you this. There's a sports book in Vegas dealing Toledo plus 130 to win the MAC. Well, you can get plus 230 in the market, a whole $1 higher. So let's look at that sharp shop, see Toledo at plus 130, and scalp that plus 230, which is a bad number. I think this team is absolutely a wrecking ball in this conference, and I love the Toledo Rockets plus 230.
All right, there you go. Toledo number 1, Bama number 2, Kansas number 3. Certainly understand the case for Kansas. That makes perfect sense. You've got a good number. You trust the quarterback, and it's a fairly wide open conference. I'm most interested in the Bama play, and I think I understand it. Like, I'm just at the point with LSU. It's like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it. Like, even with one of the best quarterbacks in the nation, like, I'll believe it when I see it, Brian Kelly. Because when it comes to SEC play in the heart of the season, I don't know that you're going to be able to get enough wins to get the job done. And you made a strong case for Georgia, and it starts with Stockton, why they're not the team. We know they kill it at home, but just overall, defense in the trenches, they're always great. But I could see why, okay, I don't want to do LSU. I don't want to do Georgia. You've got the favorite in Texas, and then Bama's sitting there, who nobody wants to take because they don't trust DeBoer. They don't think he's going to be able to turn things around in year number 2. And if it doesn't happen, you're probably right. Like, it's either going to be he wins the conference or he's fired.
If they go 8-4, I generally have concerns for his job.
Yeah.
It's always impossible to replace a legend. But at Alabama with Nick Saban, the fan base expected him to win the national title. Unfair? Sure. Realistic? Potentially. I mean, they were one of the best teams every single year on paper. We don't know that yet about DeBoer. And again, you could throw a lot of questions out about this season. What are you most unsure of? What do you not know about? I don't know that he can win at this level. That's a guy that's won basically everywhere. but the SEC isn't everywhere, right? The SEC isn't some small D2, D3 school. The SEC isn't Washington. This is the big boys. And you're going neck and neck, and you're fighting for all these 5-star recruits. The recruits are there, but now they have to perform on Saturdays.
The band is back together. He's desperate. He brings in OC Ryan Grubb after he got fired from the NFL, and we'll see if it works. They've coached together a long time. Going to be a fascinating watch in the SEC. Joe O, Sammy P, Paul Charchian hangs out next. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Young has time, and he can run, throws for the end zone. Thielen has it! It's a touchdown, Panthers!
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Yeah, we'll talk some Vikings. Our guy Charge coming up in just a moment. Joe Sammy P. We are live on X this hour. Bet_sweats over on X. Find the link there. Bet_sweats. Sam, it is garbage day here, so I wanted to make sure I got a box out in front because I noticed that was not thrown out. So I went out there, and I've talked many times about the neighbor that blasts the entire Fleetwood Mac The Dance album every single day for the entire neighborhood. And right now, he's changing things up. Tom Jones is blaring through the neighborhood right now. Come on. Tom Jones of everything. He must be feeling good on this Wednesday.
Do you have the Bet Sweat sticker slapped on the side of your garbage can yet? Because I need to do the same thing. Just slap it right there so every car that goes by can see it. I need a Bet Sweat sticker to just pow right on the garbage can, right on the side.
Good idea. Window decal. We got to get something going. The logo's cool. They work on it. Let's get the word of mouth out there, and let's get Paul Charchian in here. Very excited. Now you know it's football season. Charch is dropping by at Paul Charchian over on X, Guillotine Leagues at fantasylife.com. Charch, we made it, man. How you doing?
I want to know if anybody's going to blast Tom Jones, you got to take your underwear off and throw it at whatever's right. That's what you got to do. That's the tradition with Tom Jones throwing. Well, okay, hold on. I do have this right. It's Tom Jones. Okay.
I think so.
I have never Googled the phrase Tom Jones panties until just now. And yes, it is Tom Jones. That's the guy that everybody throws their underwear at. I'd like to think you did it, Joe.
Yeah, I'm just happy that he wasn't blaring Sex Bomb. It's the song that they played on Fresh Prince that Alfonso Ribeiro would dance to all the time. But yeah, man. Let's talk some fantasy. Let's talk some guillotine leagues, all that kind of stuff. Of the notes that you sent over, one that certainly stood out to me was a conversation we had on the show on Monday where we've been breaking down a team each day, and we got to the Commanders and we had Michael Jenkins on.
Yeah.
And he brought up this guy that you have written down. You're like, this is the biggest preseason mover. We've got to go to that Commanders backfield. Explain.
And Jenks is great, by the way. Love him. Biggest preseason mover, Washington running back, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. He's moved up 66 spots in 2 weeks. That's and the rise was already happening. And then that trade for Brian Robinson kind of sealed the deal for him. And, what we've seen is, people are identifying opportunity. But at his new elevated high price, going off the board is running back 24. That's a lot for Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. I'm going to be the wet blanket on this. Everybody talking about how much they want to go get him and how good he's looked in this opportunity, and the opportunity's there. But in the preseason, he's looked just okay. I mean, he's a 7th-round rookie. He's averaged 3.9 yards per carry so far. He has played 0 snaps with the Commanders' first-team offense. Almost all of his snaps have come with 4th-string quarterback Sam Hartman, who they cut yesterday. And the Commanders have Chris Rodriguez, a pretty good third-year back coming off of seasons in which, with very limited workload, he's averaged 4.8 and 4.9 yards per carry. I mean, that's pretty solid. And Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt bounced between colleges, put up good numbers for 1 year at New Mexico. Dane Brugler, when I was breaking down his rookie prospects, noted this, and it's very good. For Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, college career, he had 125 yards against Power 4 competition. That's it. So I'm the wet blanket on Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. I hope he's great. I hope I'm wrong, but his draft price has gotten ridiculous on hype and buzz, and I'm out. I'm not paying his new price.
So I may or may not have helped the missus with her fantasy draft, and I told her to take Krosky-Merritt, I think in the 6th round. And her response was, I don't know who that is. And I said, exactly, take him. But Charch, I was watching this draft. Hand on heart, I'm watching this draft. She picked second in a 10-person league. Pick number 1, Jamar Chase. Pick number 2, she had 2. She went Bijan Robinson. Pick 3 was Barkley. Pick 4 was Jalen Hurts.
Wow. That's
I know.
probably a mistake. You probably could have got Jalen Hurts on the way back in the second round or maybe the third round. But hey, it illuminates this. Go get your guys. Like, would I have taken Jalen Hurts there? No, I think I'm a little more savvy. I would have known to wait. But at the end of the day, nothing worse than getting done with your draft, and all you've done is draft like the players who are listed at the top of the ESPN, list of players, and you just keep pulling from the top, and you get done, and you're like, I don't even like these guys. Who are these players? Doesn't look like my team. Go get your guys at the end of the day. And if Jalen Hurts is going to make you happy and you're going to have more fun playing with him, then go get Jalen Hurts in the first round. It's okay. The most important thing is you get the guys that you want on your team.
I'm glad that was brought up because I want to ask about the quarterback position. It is something that every draft room, especially, going on, there's a ton of drafts going on Labor Day weekend, but everybody has a strong opinion. And you've got those people that have their nose up in the air whenever the first quarterback goes, right? Because that's not what you're supposed to do. I wait until the very end. I mean, that's how I draft, but I don't typically ridicule people unless they're going in the first round. I understand that a little bit. What is your theory when it comes to drafting quarterbacks? Are there specific names that you constantly land on? Is there a range once 10 guys are gone? What is your overall plan of attack when it comes to this position?
You either pay for one of the 4 big name mobile quarterbacks that set you up in a position for explosive output like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts. And that's the order I have them in. Either go get those 4, and you got to pay late second round, third round, maybe into fourth round. So really third round is where those guys typically go. You got to pay to get them. Or you just punt that position for the next 9 rounds. Round 10, round 11, round 12. And the guy that I always try to get, and I've got him in half of my 20-ish fantasy league so far, Drake May. I'm really up on Drake May. Now, Dak's going to be good. He's going to throw a ton because they're not going to be able to run, and they're going to be losing in most games. But here's why I love Drake May. This could be the best, most improved offense in football. Last year, Drake May was downright gallant, playing behind the worst offensive line in football and the worst set of receivers in football. Now, he's got Stephon Diggs to throw to. That's going to be a help. He's got the new first-round pick that they took with the 4th selection of the draft at his left tackle, Will Campbell. And Campbell looked awesome so far in the preseason. So I'm excited about some upgrades on the offensive line and just the overall offense being better with Travion Henderson. And Drake May runs. That guy's got some legit mobility. 500 rushing yards, 5 rushing touchdowns, easily attainable for him. So when I'm punting that quarterback position into round 10, Drake May is the guy that I'm targeting at that stage.
I have whittled down my list to only 2. I know you've done about 20 drafts this summer. I'm only in 2 leagues, and I haven't had any drafts yet. But I'm probably going to reach in one of those or both of them, if I can, to take Ted McMillan in Carolina. I don't know what it is. I just have this hunch that he's going to be that next 1,000-yard guy, maybe 7-8 touchdowns. I'm big on him. And we usually see, Charge, going back to the Jamar Chase year, then Justin Jefferson, you usually have one of those guys that hits 1,000 yards and is a huge weapon for a young team that probably isn't good and probably throws the ball a ton. I am so high on Ted McMillan, it makes me uncomfortable.
Well, and the news that came down in the last hour, trading away Adam Thielen opens up a lot of volume for Ted McMillan, which maybe he would have had anyway. But remember, Thielen last year was great. The second half of the season, when Bryce Young was cooking, it was largely with Adam Thielen. So this opens up some real opportunity in Carolina for Ted McMillan. And Sammy, this goes back to what you were saying earlier. Go get your guys. You framed it up perfectly. I'm going to reach. You love the reach around. You're going to reach around on Ted McMillan to make sure you get your guys. You've always been a big reach around guy, Sammy.
Yep.
If you want Ted McMillan, you want to be sure you get him. Round 4 is the right spot. End of round 4, maybe beginning of round 5, Ted McMillan on your team.
With my underwear off, Joe. My underwear
No,
off
we don't need to
while
go
I draft McMillan.
far.
To throw at Tom Jones. Do you like how we went full circle there?
Oh, man.
I thought that was brilliant.
Paul,
there's something
Paul is
yes,
very, very tight right now. He is very concerned right now. He's like, watch the dump button, Jake. Watch it.
Yeah, I know, right? We know we're all pros here. Paul knows that.
Yes.
You mentioned earlier husband-wife leagues. I want to tell you about the best husband-wife league I know of, and I encourage other people to do this. In the draft, so there are leagues where every team is a husband and wife combo, same team. But at the draft, they are separated into different rooms and they alternate picks at the draft. They can't talk to each other and they can't communicate with each other about who they should select. So husband makes a pick, wife makes a pick, totally separate. Husband, wife. So that way, if one or the other is better at fantasy football, they can't influence each other and they can't talk during the draft. And I think that's the way to run your husband-wife league right there.
So she got an A in her draft and was very excited.
Kiss of death.
I may have gotten lucky that night, Church, when I helped her get an A in her fantasy draft. What is the stink hole? I see that you're putting questions about the stink hole in the rundown.
Yes.
What is a stink hole, and what do we do with this?
Here we go again.
Here we go. It always comes back to this. The stink hole, every year there's a different stink hole where in the first round, there's usually a consensus number 1 guy, number 2 guy, number 3 guy, number 4 guy, but there isn't a consensus number 5 guy that could go anywhere. That's the stink hole. This year, the stink hole's way up at pick number 2. Jamar Chase going first in basically every league in America. And then there isn't an obvious consensus player at pick 2. You could go 6 different directions. You could go Justin Jefferson. You could go CeeDee Lamb. You could go Bijan Robinson. You could go Ashton Genty, Jahmyr Gibbs, Christian McCaffrey. You got a lot of things you could do with that. Brock Bowers is in play in my world at pick number 2. A lot of things you can do. And that kind of also makes it valueless. You could, if you've got pick 2, trade back, go to pick 5, go to pick 6, and then get the earlier pick in the second round. That's a possibility. If I've got pick 2 in a standard league, I'm taking Bijan Robinson because I love how much they use him in the aerial game and at the stripe. Last year in Atlanta, new offensive coordinator Zach Robinson from plays inside the 5 all year completed 4 passes, but ran the ball 27 times inside the 5. That tells you that this team is going to keep running the ball at the goal line, and that gives me some sure touchdowns for Bijan Robinson.
Charge, before we run out of time, we got to get a thought on the Vikings. After a huge surprise last year, low win total, one of the lowest, and they shocked the world with the season they put together. We know the change at quarterback. Sam, it's come up just about every day about how high he is on Minnesota this year. Where are you at?
JJ's looked pretty good. He's got requisite arm strength for the job. He's got the best quarterback coach in the league, arguably. I mean, we can talk about Dave Canales in that conversation as well, but great quarterback opportunity. He turns left. There's Justin Jefferson. Looks to his right. There's Jordan Addison once he gets back from suspension. Now he's got Adam Thielen that'll be in the right place, catching all the balls that come to him. This is and TJ Hawkinson. Aaron Jones out of the backfield. A much improved offensive line for Minnesota. I contend no first-year quarterback in the history of the league has been dropped into a better spot for success than J.J. McCarthy. Now, what's going to be different from Sam Darnold is this team's going to run the ball a lot more than they have the past 3 years under Kevin O'Connell. They beefed up these offensive line with run-blocking personnel, and they added Jordan Mason, who's going to get the short yardage carries. Jordan Mason is one of my favorite bets to lead the NFL in rushing touchdowns.
Oh.
He's sitting on 10 12, 14 rushing touchdowns as a real possibility for Jordan Mason as the designated goal line back in a high-functioning offense. And why do we care about designated goal line backs in high-functioning offenses? Here's why. Last year, your touchdown leader was James Cook. The previous year had 2 touchdowns. Then he blew up to 16 rushing and 2 receiving. Year before that, Raheem Mostert was your touchdown leader out of nowhere with 18 touchdowns. The year before that, it was Jamal Williams on the Lions. Designated goal line backs on good offenses give you a crack at it.
Oh, that's a great look. Love that. Paul Charchian at Paul Charchian on X Guillotine Leagues at fantasylife.com. Thank you, Charch. Can't wait to talk throughout the season. More coming up. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P. We are live on X this hour, so another segment. Check us out there. And then we've got another hour to go. Kevin Pillar from Foul Territory will be joining by us at the top of the hour, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Our favorite Heisman plays also in the final hour of the show. Did want to revisit something that Charch mentioned. Like, he threw this out there. I was like, whoa, that's elite. When you're giving me a bomb of a play that in a market that nobody's really talking about, and he's got a little bit of insight because he's up in Minnesota. He talks about the Vikings on the air a lot. And he threw out Jordan Mason being the rushing touchdown leader. And all the background he gave, he's right. Like, when you see guys, goal line guys that don't score many touchdowns one year, and then you come back and then boom, we've seen it so many different times. Like, him bringing up the idea of Jordan Mason, I think that's pretty sharp, man. That's somebody that knows the team inside and out. Bringing up Jordan Mason, a guy we've seen some production in Shanahan's offense with him, and now he's in another great offense in Minnesota.
And he's going to get the ball inside the 5. Aaron Jones is also your prototypical great teammate. He just wants to win. This guy wants a Super Bowl at this point in his career, and he doesn't give a damn how many touchdowns he gets. Some guys are selfish. Some guys don't want to share the backfield. I think Aaron Jones is your consummate professional teammate, and he would be more than okay if Jordan Mason gets more touchdowns and helps them in their pursuit of a Lombardi trophy. You said the price is what, 60-1 on that? Mason to lead the league in touchdowns?
60 is the best that I see. There are a couple of spots. You know, BetMGM's posting a 50, also a strong number. I see a 50, I see a 60, then it falls off the table. Like, that 50 and 60, strong. Those are good bets. The third best number I see out there in the domestic books is 30. No, I'm not betting that. But 56, this is, people, we say it all the time. This is why you've got to look. You've got to at least shop your prices. I mean, we're talking about doubling your payout from the third best number to the best number available. It's ridiculous.
You're not going to believe me. And we sort of talked about this during the break with Charch. What a character that guy is. I love having him on, and I think we should have him on regularly, especially when he called me a reach-around artist. I love that. I love that about him. So you're not going to believe this, but during the break, I was reaching in to find my key card because I'm in a building that you need a key card to get in and out of floors. Look what I found in my coat pocket. Another ticket on Jonathan Grenard. I swear to God, this is in my pocket. Yep. One of many 100-1 bets on Jonathan Grenard DPOY, which Charch did like during the break. I threw it out there. I found this in my coat pocket. So imagine how many of these I have floating around in my book bag in my life right now. I mean, I probably have 5 or 6 of these at 100-1. Here it is, baby.
FOMO now. No, I feel like
you could still bet it. You could still bet it. There's still a 90. There's still an 80. Circa went down to 40 because I bet it, and then all these other guys started betting it. I was like, I couldn't have talked about it enough at Bet Bash, of all places. That thing got destroyed. They don't need Grenard at Circa. The liability's got to be $250,000 already.
Wow. Dude.
Well, to move from 100 to 40, I mean, think about it. If I'm popping them for a couple hundred and everybody's chasing it, to go from 100 to 40, that liability adds up real quick at 100-1, 90-1, 80-1.
All right, let's see. They're going to take my bet. I got that went in right away. I just bet it at 100. Had to.
Of course they're going to take it, especially if they haven't taken it. But the problem about doing that at Bet Bash, and you got 5 people that are all going to come in and just pow, 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 they're going to drop the number. But if you just ship a solo Grenard bet, it's not going to do much damage. The issue is when one guy bets it at 100, and then another guy bets it at 100, and then they move it to 80, and somebody bets the 80. Then there's an issue.
How many do you think you bet?
I think 5.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I think I have 5 of these.
Big
and if I find any more, I'll let you know.
Makes sense. He should be on a very good defense. And if they're a good team too, yeah. I mean, somebody's going to get the credit. It's been Flores so far, but it's probably time that one of those players gets the credit on that team. So that's good. Good stuff. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. I did want to bring this up because we got a tweet at bet_sweats. Sam is at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. And this was sent before the show. I didn't see it until during the show. It's a 4-leg futures parlay. On this show, before I even saw this ticket, we've talked about 3 of these 4 legs. So we love this ticket, right? I mean, and I'm looking at this number. I'm thinking this is pretty strong here. So it's Clemson to win the ACC. I said that was my favorite conference future. Now, the number he got was terrible at this spot, so maybe shop around on that. So he took Clemson to win the ACC title game. San Francisco to win the West, NFC West. They're favored. And you've brought up many times, including again today, just do a 2-teamer with Buffalo and Kansas City to win their respective divisions. So this guy bets that. The account is Tecmo70. Check it in. Appreciate you listening and sharing this with us. Gets a plus 180, and the guy got it boosted a bunch. He used this one for one of those profit boosts. At a 4-leg parlay, plus 850, which leg scares you the most of these 4?
Probably San Francisco, but I also really like San Francisco. Yeah. So you're asking me to pick my least favorite child of 4 children that I adore. It's very difficult. I mean, all of those bets I like. The one that makes me nervous the most, if somebody were to ruin it, it would probably be San Francisco to win the division, but I also like that bet. Look, the Bills are winning the East. I've been hooking Bills East with a lot of things. A lot of things. You know how I feel about Kansas City, and you and I both like Clemson. So of the 4, I think my least favorite is San Francisco, but I'm betting San Francisco to win the NFC. So, Tecmo, I think you got a winner here, pal. But the best part is that he's able to boost this at 100%. Yeah. So people always ask, and we got a direct message from longtime listener AJ. He got multiple free bets for $500 a pop. And he says, I don't want to do it at minus 110. Right on, dude. Party on. I think you should take shots on futures or future parlays. And if you can boost it, so he made a $50 bet at plus 850, but then he boosted the payout from 475 to about 900. If you can boost your future, let's go.
So with those free bets, would you recommend, just because it's part of this conversation, maybe throwing one on Grenard?
100%.
Maybe throwing one on Mason for rushing touchdowns.
So he got a handful of them, and he's already made a few. He went Niners Super Bowl, McCaffrey MVP, Bills Super Bowl, Clemson national title. He's made those individually. So he has a few more $500 free bets. I think he should definitely do a parlay. That Chiefs-Bills division one at plus 180 is a great idea. And I don't know if you want to hit them for 500 on Grenard, but I don't know. Some books would let you split it. So you could take that 500 and go 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. I don't know the parameters of the free bet system that AJ has, but hooking 2 teams to do something like Clemson to win the ACC and the Bills to win the AFC East, you're right in my wheelhouse now, because that's probably a winner.
I just thinking this through, I would probably take one of those free bets, since you have a handful of them, and pick a Big 12 team with some value, and then a bunch of ones that you love. Like maybe you wheel it and you change it up with some of those Big 12 teams and get a good number. Like whether it's 6-1, you threw out Kansas, that idea at 15-1, and you go with teams like Buffalo, with Kansas City, maybe a few of the others that you like.
Here's another one I'm building right now on the fly, so bear with me. I'm at BetMGM, and I know that the free bets may not be there, but I'm just going to build on the fly. So Chiefs to win the AFC West, Bills to win the AFC East, Alabama to win the SEC. That's over 11-1.
Yeah.
If you have multiple free bets and you can burn one of them, I don't know what your amounts are, boys and girls, but that is a bet. Two of those legs are going to win. The Bills are going to win the East, and the Chiefs are going to win the West. If Bama can do what Brad Powers and guys like that believe, you're going to be sitting on an 11-1 ticket. And if you bet 200 or 500 free bet, do the math, man. Do the math.
So what if you did Toledo? Do they have Mac on there that you're looking?
I don't know. I'm going to check. I see Sunbelt, so we should have Mac. You know how these apps are. Some things come and some things go. I do not see a Mac market right now, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, what if you just added the other team that you took? Like I mentioned, the Big 12. If you threw Kansas in there.
I'm adding Kansas, and that parlay cannot be parlayed. It says you cannot.
Wow.
Well, we're talking, if I add a 15-1 shot on an 11-1 parlay, we're in the 100-1 range, and they don't want to take that.
Could you do that if you took Bama out?
Potentially. Let's see. Let's take Bama out, leave Kansas in. 38-1. Chiefs, Bills, Kansas.
I mean, yeah.
But I want to add Bama. Let me add Bama. Cowards.
Maybe you can go somewhere and find that where you can add Bama. I get it. Man, I'm excited. This is real. People are going to be doing this a lot over the next week, just mixing and matching all sorts of different ideas. I love it. Joe O, Sammy P. Yeah, exactly. We'll talk some baseball on the other side. Kevin Pillar from Foul Territory hangs out. You've got Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time on the BetMGM Network. Appreciate you hanging out. We're here another hour and 20 minutes from now. We'll talk some more college football, break down the Heisman Trophy odds that are out there, and some of our favorite looks for this upcoming college football season. Bunch of games going down tomorrow night. But right now, let's talk some Major League Baseball. We bring in 13-year big leaguer Kevin Pillar on the show. He is now one of the hosts on Foul Territory, which you can check out weekdays at 1 o'clock Eastern. Kevin, I saw the press release the other day. Congratulations on the next gig. It's like you're still in the majors with the press release that they put out there for Foul Territory, man.
Yeah, when I read it, it seemed like I signed a long-term deal, and it got me excited because that's something I never got a chance to do in my playing career. But definitely still excited to talk baseball. It's what I love to do. I kind of wish we were talking college football too, because I love college football. It excites me so much that it's actually already started. But really, this matchup on Saturday is going to be really exciting.
Oh, don't you worry. We can talk college football. In fact, I'm curious, who's your squad? Do you have a team that you roll for?
It's changing. I've recently moved to the Dallas area, so I'm kind of a free agent. I've kind of always been a closet Texas fan. Love the uniforms. Growing up, though, I was a USC fan. I mean, I grew up with the Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart era, so it was a fun time to be a USC fan. When they're on, I still root for them, but there's so much better teams out there to root for. I just really want to go to a big time college football game. So whether that's going to, a Texas game, an LSU game, an Alabama game, I have to get to an SEC game. I've heard it's the best to go on Saturday.
That's my thing. Sam, have you gone? Like, that's bucket list for me. I have not gone to an SEC game somehow, and that's got to be knocked off. Sam, have you gone to any of them?
No, I've been to a Texas game, but at the time they were in the Big 12. That was the year Bryce Young took number 1 Bama into Austin, and Texas missed a field goal at the end of the game to win it. They were kicking for the win. I think the final score was 20-19. Kevin, it was 100 degrees out, and I forgot my sunscreen at home. I flew from Boston to Austin, forgot my sunscreen. I looked like the Kool-Aid man at the end of the third quarter. I was
going to say you strike me as a guy that needs his sunscreen. So
yes, 100%.
I'm sure that was a tough. I'm sure that was a tough couple days after. But yeah, I mean, I'd love to go to a big time, SEC school, Michigan, Ohio State.
Yes.
I can't even imagine what that would be like. Maybe make the drive up to Oklahoma. I'm not too far from Norman. That would be an awesome place to go see a football game too.
Oklahoma, Michigan, dude. Week 2 in Norman.
Ooh.
I know. As I told you guys off camera, I'm on the way to a doctor's appointment right now. So I don't think in 2 weeks I'm going to be leaving the house much. So, but yeah, I'm also a big fan of just watching sports at home too. Especially football. I love being at home watching football. It's one of my most favorite things to do, whether it's college or the NFL. I look forward to Saturdays and Sundays, having friends over, and just, watching big time football.
Yeah, pretty soon you won't be sleeping much, but hey, you'll be up at all hours watching the West Coast games. You won't miss any baseball.
That's the great thing. That's the great thing is football's on all day, every day, especially college. So if we're going to have some late nights, early mornings, hopefully they're on weekends because there'll be some football on.
Well, we got to get your thoughts on the Toronto Blue Jays because many people are shocked. All season long, the Yankees are the favorite. Even when the Jays took over the division, took over the lead, like they were still like, okay, the Yankees are going to bring this back. They're going to wrestle back the division. They were still favored until it's been a while, and they're like, okay, all right, this is deserved. A 4-game lead right now for Toronto in the American League East. That's where you spent most of your playing days. What do you think? How real is this? Because, a lot of people look at it and say, hey, it's great what they've done, but run differential wise, they're not at the level of Boston and New York.
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying all that, I was taking a deep breath because I have a lot of thoughts on it. One, I do think they are for real. I think they can win the division. I think they can make a deep run in the playoffs. I am concerned about a couple of things you said. The run differential isn't the best. What they do really well is they pitch and they play really good defense and they hit for average and they run the bases well. All that stuff plays extremely well. Since this is a betting show, and if I was a betting man, I was told from a GM that I think it's somewhere around 70% of teams that hit more home runs in a playoff series win. And that's the one thing that I'm concerned about with the Blue Jays is they don't slug a ton. And we do get into postseason baseball. And I don't want to say it's a guarantee because I played on a Toronto Blue Jay team that slugged, and we played a team in the Kansas City Royals that did not slug, and they beat us. So there is a lot of different ways you can win a game, but majority of the time, the team that hits the most home runs in a playoff series wins. Pitching is just at its, everything is magnified in the playoffs. You're going to get a starter a little bit shorter in a game. You're going to get high leverage relievers earlier in the game. So scoring runs becomes a little bit more difficult. So be my only concern about them. And the only other thing for the division right now, only a 4-game lead. They have a lot of guys that haven't been in this position before. They got two really good teams. I honestly like the Red Sox more than I like the Yankees. But they got a good team with a lot of experienced guys kind of breathing up their neck. It's one thing to play good baseball throughout the year. It's another thing to continue to play good baseball, meaningful, important baseball in September. So those would be my concerns, but I do really like what they've done and what they're probably going to be able to do down the stretch.
Your point about the home runs, extremely valid. Oftentimes we look up and whichever bats are hot, that's the team that wins. But I do want to touch on pitching here. I saw this last night. I couldn't believe it. Since the beginning of June, the Boston Red Sox have the best starting rotation ERA in baseball, 3.23. I think everybody knew Garrett Crochet would be an anchor and he would carry the mail for them every 5 days. But the pitching that they're getting from Bayo, from Lucas Giolito, it's been unbelievable. 3.23 ERA in the rotation since early June. I don't know that they can keep it up, but are you buying that rotation if they make a run to the playoffs?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, like you said, they got a monster. They got a legitimate ace, a guy who, could be the Cy Young Award winner. I mean, it's him or Tarek right now in the AL. Especially with Evaldi going down and probably not pitching the rest of the year. But I mean, there's a reason they gave Bayo that contract a couple years ago. They felt like he had number one stuff. He's starting to pitch like a number one, and even if he isn't a number one, number two. And then Giolito, I mean, he's a guy that was a really, really legit pitcher a couple years ago. Coming back from Tommy John is never easy. It takes some guys some time. He is finally hitting his stride. My only concern about him going down the stretch is he hasn't pitched a ton in the last 2 years. Does he have an innings limit? Does his body start to break down? But he's pitching like the Lucas Giolito that, everyone thought he was going to get a big deal before he got hurt going into free agency.
With Kevin Pillar of Foul Territory, this is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. All right, you're an American League team in the playoffs. What other American League team do you not want to draw in your first round?
I mean, as everything sits right now, you don't want to face the Seattle Mariners. Talk about pitching, especially in a short series. You maybe move a couple of those, whoever you would consider your fourth and fifth starter, you move those guys in the bullpen. They have a lights out closer. They have an unbelievable eighth inning guy too, and Matt Brash. Cal Raleigh in the middle of that lineup, a much improved line. That's a pitching staff you don't want to face. I think that's kind of the team that really just needs to get over the hump. They need to figure out a way to maintain this wild card position, if not go out and try to win the division, because that team is built to win playoff series.
If you had a vote, Kevin, Judge or the Big Dumper for the MVP?
Oh, me joining Foul Territory doesn't get me a vote. That was the main reason I joined. I thought I was going to get a chance. I thought I was going to get a chance to vote on this stuff.
Talk to AJ.
I guess my media credential is not that strong yet.
Yeah.
Look I get all the things. I get the like the recent bias. I think people get tired of seeing the same people win over and over again. I don't think that's the case here. I mean, I think what Aaron Judge is doing is insane, but this has nothing to do with him, winning the last couple of years. I think what Cal Raleigh is doing is historic. I like to factor in the historic component of it. He's catching pretty much every day. He's in the lineup every day. He's catching 4 out of 5 games. He just hit his 50th homer. He's got a chance to, potentially hit 60 homers as a catcher, a switch hitting catcher. To be the main, catcher with the type of pitching staff he has to handle every day. I see no reason not to give it to him if he continues kind of down this trend of, hitting around 240, 250. He's going to drive in over 100. He's going to hit somewhere between 50 and 60 home runs. Switch hitting catcher. It's crazy.
Kevin, a massive odd shift in the NL Cy Young over the last couple of days. You, of course, have the Wheeler injury, as unfortunate as that is, and then Sanchez wasn't great the other day. Skeens was a favorite, but now they're saying it's basically over. Do you think it's over? That it's just going to be, all right, Skeens, Rookie of the Year last year, Cy Young this year?
Over. I think it's close to over. I mean, I think, like you said, going into the season, he was probably the odds end favorite to win it, and he's certainly done everything in his power to kind of back that up. I'm not a huge believer in the wins and losses because I know how much that is reliant on a team. What he's been able to do and go out and pitch to, right at a 2 ERA. I think he's got like a 2.1 ERA. It's kind of insane. And what it kind of reminds me of too is, obviously they have nothing to play for at this point. He's not going deep into games right now. I don't hold that against him. That's an organizational philosophy. But what that does remind me of is Blake Snell, the year he won the Cy Young with Tampa, was doing a very similar thing. He was only going 3 or 5 innings a start. And I always tell people up until this point, that was the best pitcher I'd ever faced. That specific second half, Blake Snell, when he was able to kind of unload or empty the gas tank in 5 innings, was a nightmare. And I think that's what you're going to see from Paul Skeens. He probably has 5 or 6 starts left. You're probably going to see him only go 5 innings. They're going to kind of keep his workload down. And he's going to be an absolute nightmare to face for 5 innings.
I know we just met, but I feel comfortable telling you this story. I think you were playing a game in Oakland, and you went over the wall and brought back a homer. And I had the under in the game. I think the total was like 8.5, and the game was 4-3, maybe 2 runners on, and you go over the wall and you bring one back, and you kept the game under, buddy. So a delayed thank you for catching that ball. What's it like to take a homer away in the majors?
It's honestly, for me, it's equally as honestly, it's probably more fun than hitting a homer. I think I ended my career somewhere around 110 homers, and I think I have about 5 or 6 robbed homers, so it doesn't happen as often. But as a guy who loves to play defense, was probably known more for his defense. I mean, that's kind of the epitome of the best thing you can do on a field. Making a great play is obviously very special, but when you have one that directly results in taking away at least 1 run, sometimes multiple runs, it's kind of that moment you dream of growing up. It's a play probably we all growing up practice in our backyard, whether it was against the house or a backyard fence or whatever you could find. You would throw the ball to yourself, reach over the fence. Kevin Pillar robbed a homer, so I get a chance to do it in a big league stadium in front of fans. And something for me that just never got old is, I love to see myself on top plays. I grew up watching top plays, sitting in my room dreaming about an opportunity to see myself make a play. I was always hoping I could make a play good enough in Little League where, my parents would send it in and ESPN would put you on there. But to get a chance to do it in the major leagues, many of times, never got old. And I think that's to the last day I played. Every time I went on the field, you're kind of hoping for that opportunity where that perfect type of ball is, whether it's hit over the fence or in a gap, and you get a chance to go lay out and make a play. And you get up, throw the ball, and in the back of your mind, you're thinking, there's a good chance we're going to be seeing this tonight. And it was always something fun for me. It was fun for my family. A lot of my friends, teammates, whether it was high school, college, or the league, for them to, be like, I knew that guy. It was always a cool thing.
Kevin Pillar, 13 years in the majors, and now he's crossed over to the media side. Check him out on Foul Territory. Weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern. Kevin, I'm in the Chicago area. I heard you do an interview last year when you signed with the Sox. I was like, this guy's going to be doing media. And here he is a year later. He's doing media. Best of luck. Hope to talk throughout the playoffs coming up. Joe O, Sammy P, Heisman chatter on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and
Thanks,
Sammy
man.
P on the BetMGM Network.
Man, sometimes you wish the off-air conversation was on air, and sometimes definitely not.
Nope, not that one.
Everybody's done. Everybody's done for if it is. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Appreciate Kevin Pillar for jumping on the show. Yeah, it's going to be a great stretch run as we start to figure out the playoff picture, Major League Baseball, and we'll continue to have somebody from foul territory each and every week as we get closer to playoffs. My big takeaway, and he wasn't being a homer because he didn't pick the team that he played 7 years, where I'm sure he has a lot of fans from up in Canada. He's like, yeah, Seattle's a team. Short series, wild card round, you don't want anything to do with the Seattle Mariners. And it's not even like they're playing great ball right now, but that's a team that still stands out to him in a wide open AL.
They've been sort of a sexy pick for a few years now, really ever since they called up Julio. They've been sort of a sneaky team to win the division, to win the pennant. The talent, though, is finally there. And I think a lot of people around Seattle feel that they have the 1, 2, 3 in the rotation. They could easily win it. I know we joke about this, and I was listening to a baseball podcast yesterday with Rob Bradford, who works for Odyssey. And he's on with, I can't remember the analyst he was on with, but they were talking about how wide open the AL is. And Bradford made the comment, I say this every year, but it's never been more wide open. And I think there's a lot of truth to that, because for as solid as the Yankees were last year, you don't have that guy that you can give the ball to in a playoff game and he'll go out there and deal. I mean, that guy coming into last summer and planning for 25 was Garrett Cole. You don't have Garrett Cole. He's not going to be there in the playoffs. So is Max Fried the guy? Maybe. I don't think it's Carlos Rodon. All right, go win me one game. You probably go Fried, but I don't know that he's the guy. So you're looking for flaws in those 4 teams. I call them the big 4 in the American League: Seattle, Toronto, New York, Detroit. Seattle's got the best offense, I think, when everybody's clicking. And Detroit has the best get me a win guy in Skubal. But it could be any of those 4 teams. And watch it be a team that sneaks in. If our Texas Rangers get hot and make it, I think they could be interesting. But I don't think that's going to happen. I'm just kind of trying to speak that into existence.
I wish you would. Every day I look at the standings and I get annoyed with the Texas Rangers. Was it Eduardo Perez or
it
Buster
could have been
Olney? Yeah,
it was somebody like that. And Bradfo says, I know we say this every year, but the American League is as wide open at the top as it's been.
It is. Like there's no team. I asked that question to Pilar because I wouldn't know how to answer it. There's not a team that I'm scared of. If I'm in the AL playoff picture, you just want to get in. You could make the case that the top 3 teams are actually all in the same division in the East. I know record-wise and run differential-wise, that's not the case, but I think you could make that case. What's so funny?
I'm laughing because I just checked our text thread and Brian Gertch sent a picture of a poodle.
I don't even understand what he has the most.
Yes, you
responses.
do. You know exactly what the poodle is.
What does it mean? Oh, no.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get it. I forgot about the poodle. I forgot. The guy looking for attention at all times.
How could you forget? How could you forget the poodle bite of 2025?
I mean, he didn't make it back. One poodle bite, and he's still fighting the good fight. Anyways, let's talk college football.
Where were we? Sorry, where were we? My bad.
Let's get on track, not back on track. Let's get on track. Heisman Trophy. You cashed a big ticket. You pumped it up on the show a whole lot. You were telling people go bet Travis Hunter, and maybe people hesitated because it was a non-quarterback, but that happens once every few years. I want to ask if you're buying into any of this. So if we go back to 2000, let's work backwards. Let's start with Travis Hunter. Okay. So you got Hunter, a guy that plays both sides. And with the season he put together, it didn't matter if Colorado was in the playoff or not. It ended up not being, but it didn't matter because he's a unicorn. People saw something they've never seen before and maybe will never see again. So Hunter's your Heisman winner. Before that, we had a run of 3 quarterbacks. Then in a bad quarterback year, it was Devontae with Alabama. Before that, 4 quarterbacks. Then it was Derrick Henry, 5 quarterbacks. Then it was Mark Ingram, 3 quarterbacks. And it was Reggie Bush, then 5 quarterbacks. That brings us to 2000. It feels like after you have a non-quarterback win it, and I know it's kind of priced this way, it feels like for sure it's going to be a quarterback. That's been the trend since 2000. You don't see non-QBs win this in back-to-back years, but there are a couple of Jeremiahs that are awesome, that are probably going to be great at the next level. Notre Dame and Ohio State I'm talking about. Are you looking at Heisman Trophy, big picture as we're zooming out and saying, man, they went non-quarterback this year. They don't do that in back-to-back years. You got to go QB?
I would think it's a quarterback because you had so many big-name quarterbacks flame out last year. Remember the favorites last summer? This time last year, we were talking about co-favorites at most books. Quinn Ewers and Carson Beck. Those were your co-favorites to win the Heisman. Now, I'm invested in Beck, as everybody knows. I'm not going to break this down because we've talked about it for months now. I bet Beck. Blue Book had a 37-1 in the middle of June, end of June maybe. That number is gone. I assure you it's gone. And we had a lot to do with that. I see him now around the 18 to 20-1 range, which you can't sit here and say you love it as much as you did when the price was double. But I want to buy dips on guys, and that's a big dip. From 8-1 last summer to 37-1 at the time this summer. The math wasn't mathing for me there. But I'll be honest with you. The last couple years, my preseason Heisman pick hasn't hit. 2 years ago, I was Penix, and Penix had a really good season, but he wasn't the Heisman. And my pick last year was Jackson Dart. Had a good season, didn't win the Heisman. I have been able to, and you talk to a lot of people that have pull and that, might have the ability to not sway the market, but affect the market. And they told me end of October 2 years ago, go bet Jaden Daniels. Now, a lot of wise guys would see that 5-1 on Jaden Daniels at the time and go, nah, I missed the number. But then 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, he's plus 150. So the Heisman market, the last 2 years at least, has been a market where you can take the favorite and maybe not get the best of it, obviously. But Travis Hunter this time last year is 50-1. We bet some 30-1 week 3, and we kept adding on 12-1, 6-1. Now, some guys would tell you, you can't bet 12, you can't bet 6. Well, going into the ceremony, he's minus 500. So why can't you bet 12 or 6? It's almost like you can be late to the party and still get a pretty decent number. I mean, what's wrong with having 30? But I remember last year, I told a guy that bets for a living, I said, I'm going to bet this at 30. Nah, I can't do it. He's not going to win, and you should have got 50. Well, I hit 30 and 12 and 6. So I think it's paramount that you understand the way the market shapes after the first month, and really you can key in on a guy or two that the market just kind of falls for. And the media was salivating over Travis Hunter last year. Salivating. You knew at the end of October he was probably going to win the Heisman. And you could have bet 6-1, 5-1, 4-1. But a lot of wise guys were telling me, don't add. It's not a good number. Maybe they're wrong.
It is if he wins. It is if he wins. I'm trying to remove that line of thinking. I fall for that sometimes too. Like it just bothers you to your core. Like Horton, right? Cade Horton. We're talking about him with the Cubs for NL Rookie of the Year. It's like, man, but before last night he was 40 and now he's 20. Yeah, but you also have another data point. That's why he moved from 40 to 20. That's why Travis Hunter moved from 50 to 30, because you had a data point. And what I would push back with is, well, what I would have bet him at 50 is not what I'm going to bet him at 30, right? I'm guessing that's the case too. Like you have more intel, so maybe you're going to increase your risk, increase your bet on that. So yeah, I mean, that's something that I think a lot of us fall for. Like, you're mad at yourself for not getting the best number in the world. Okay, but we have more information and people are betting it and we have this performance to look at. You might feel better about it at this point. So
yeah.
I think that's a good point to bring up. Do you know off the top of your head the last time the Heisman Trophy favorite going into the season, the offseason favorite one?
Marcus Mariota, 2014.
Yep. That's it. 9 straight years. The favorite has not won. The favorite's Arch Manning. People are scared. Every year people are scared of not being on the favorite. Like, because Arch has all this hype. He's around 5-1 right now. So for us, at least I think you agree, like that's scratch him off. Scratch him off. Let's go somewhere else. You were talking about your favorite conference futures. That's the first thing I started thinking of. Okay, what if we're right on one of these futures with a little bit of value? You've talked about Bama multiple times today. If Bama wins the SEC, if they're in that conversation, they're in the championship game, Ty Simpson's going to get love. He's 20-1.
He's got 2 NFL receivers too.
Yep.
I mean, what's wrong with that offense, with that system, that coaching staff? You mentioned bringing Grubb back to run the offense. That combo at Washington was elite. And remember, that's the team that had Michael Penix Jr. and Rome Odunze. And those two did big things. And they got him the ball. They made sure to get Odunze the ball. Penix was in the room. I think that was a good bet. I bet Penix 25-1. I felt good about it. I think he finished second or third. But the talent was there, and the numbers were there. He didn't have a year like Jaden Daniels. I think there's a lot to like at Alabama. And I had Brad Powers on Chicken Dinner last week, and he said they're my national champ. He's got him, I think, number 3 in the country, power rating-wise. And the more you hear about Simpson, you hear about his athleticism and his ability to break runs in the open field. If he's a dual threat at Bama and he can carve up some big runs in big moments against SEC defenses, not to mention he's got 2 NFL receivers at his disposal, there's a lot of potential there. And that number's gotten bet. I don't think he's been talked about a lot. I mean, how many times have you heard Ty Simpson to win the Heisman? I haven't heard it. But no. He was 30-1 a month ago, and now he's 20-1, 18-1. He might not be talked about, but he's definitely taken money in that market.
A guy that has the exact same number, but his team is much shorter to win the title. Every time we have this Big Ten conversation, it's the same thing. It's about James Franklin, whether or not he could win the big game. That doesn't matter for the regular season, though. Drew Aller, I feel like people aren't talking about it. They're talking around him. The same people that love Penn State aren't talking about Aller for the Heisman. He's the same number as Simpson, and they're a much shorter favorite for the Big Ten, the second favorite, I believe, to win the Big Ten. It's all set up for them to be great. And you bring in Knowles, you have both running backs, Aller's, like everybody's, it is set up perfectly for this to be Penn State's year. If it's Penn State's year, shouldn't we be talking about Aller more?
Yeah, would you rather bet Penn State to win the title or Aller to win the Heisman? I'm probably in the second bucket because I believe he can put up numbers over a 12-game sample that will impress. And their big weakness last year was receiver. Look what they did in the portal. They brought in 3 legit receivers in the portal. Okay, we didn't have receivers last year. We'll bring in 3 this year, and we'll give them to Drew Aller. With the 2 senior backs that he brings back, the offensive line is good, and schematically, from a play-calling standpoint, there are not many coordinators better than Andy Kotelnicki. This is lining up for Drew Aller. The problem when you do this segment is we like 3 or 4 guys. Which one do we want to bet, though? I mean, I don't know which one. I don't know who I want to add to my Carson Beck folder with that ticket. I want to add somebody else. I just can't figure out who.
Yeah, it's difficult. You talked about Travis Hunter being 50 at this time last year, and it's funny. Like you pull up Prop Shop, which we recommend a lot, and you only see one book that's mentioned right now for Heisman. Like, oh, well, I like Michigan. Why the hell not? Right? 22-1. Oh no. Wait, there's 50s out there. There's a few 50s. So make sure you take that extra time to go look around. Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning Bets next. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming up in a few minutes. Joe O, Sammy P. A lot of fun today with all the guests that we've had. Jeff Schwartz, Paul Charchian, Kevin Pillar hanging out. Make sure you're subscribed to the Bet Sweats podcast. Also check us out on the Odyssey app. Never miss a segment, never miss an episode. All that stuff stays up there for at least 24 hours. Get busy at work. You can always go back to the show if you end up missing a segment. Been fun, man, talking Heisman, talking Chiefs. They're the team that we previewed today, and doing this has helped us land on some bets that we end up talking about during this segment, Sammy.
Once we got your video and my audio to work, flawless. I will also make a quick notation with all of our guests. So Jeff Schwartz wants to Oklahoma drill me in the hallway.
Yeah.
Charch called me a reach-around artist. And then Kevin Pillar told me I look like somebody that needs sunscreen.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of us would fit that. So if I was the one that told that story, he would have said the same thing to me. And I've been in that situation many times. So it's funny you were talking about. That's happened to me. Oh, years ago, it happened once. It was like early season. I forgot who Notre Dame was playing. And I didn't have a hat. I didn't put sunscreen on either. And I didn't think much of it. It's like 75 degrees. But in the sun, 4 or 5 hours, man, I had like boils on my forehead. It was so bad because I have super sensitive skin. And I think that's what you were getting at as well.
Whoa, unnecessary there, Gertz, to show that
What
picture.
is that?
Great picture. That's the picture of, oh, that's right, you weren't here. That's me after a 5-hour tailgate in Champaign, 2010.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. I knew I shouldn't have sent that to Gertz because now he's got
Forever.
ammo for any time.
It's in the file.
No doubt. To be fair, though, I do love when he pops up the George Hook picture. That one's, I mean, you never know when it's coming. And then if you're watching on video, pow, you get George with the hook. It's outstanding.
Yeah. Jeff Schwartz, big fan. Did not know he was a big fan.
So that was one of those games, and I'll never forget it because Bama was on the ropes. Bama was a 20-point favorite, 19-point favorite to Texas. And my buddy Trey said, come to a game. And I picked Bama. It was week 2. This is a couple years ago. And I had to work Friday night. I had to do Red Sox pre and post. So I couldn't go Friday. I ended up flying in Saturday and then flying back Sunday, which I do more than I'd like to admit. One day. And I got on the plane Saturday morning at 7 o'clock, flew to Austin, landed at 9:30 or whatever, and then the game was at 11. I got off the plane, no book bag, literally wearing what I was wearing that day. Mm-hmm. And then I went to the game. Did not have sunscreen and didn't think it was a big deal. I was burnt for a week. It was embarrassing how bad it was. And you wouldn't think I'll be in the sun for 4 hours in Texas at 100 degrees. Not a big deal. Big mistake. No hat. I had sunglasses on, but then I had the sunglass lines for a week on television.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Brutal.
I get that. I've had that from the baseball field with sunglasses, and then you look like, oh crap! You see the line on the side too. Like, oh man, it's a rough look. Okay, if you're going to one SEC, it doesn't have to be the matchup. Give me one location. If you're going to an SEC game, what's the location? First thing that comes to mind that you got to do.
Night game, Death Valley.
I was thinking the same. Yep. Always heard great things. I don't think you can go wrong. Like if we go to Tennessee, Tuscaloosa, even between the hedges, I don't think you can go wrong with the top half of that conference.
The problem is if you and I were to go to a game, say we went to LSU, Florida this year, week 3. Florida's at LSU. Saturday night, they're going to be barbecuing gator outside the stadium. The problem is that we have to go to this game and have a blast, and then you have to get up at, 6 in the morning Sunday?
No, I don't. Do I have to?
I actually haven't. I haven't gotten the full green light on Sunday, so maybe if we just act like we don't know anything, we don't have to show up.
We don't know anything because I don't know anything.
Okay.
And it sounds like you don't know anything.
I was told it's coming back, but I don't
More
know
than me.
if it is. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Maybe we should shut up and it won't happen.
What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. Dump the last minute or so, Jake, please.
Rewind.
Something else we failed to get to, probably by design, is the wedding. That's apparently going to happen. Anyways, Dave Mason did not waste any time. There are some props that I would have never even thought of. Already posted. Good job out there. Gets people talking. We haven't seen it since the Super Bowl. It has made its appearance. It's back. Will Donna Kelsey show cleavage at the wedding? There's a yes/no prize.
Probably.
Yeah.
What's the yes?
Well, yes is plus 250. It's a dog.
Oh, yes all day. Yes all
Yeah,
day.
right? Yeah.
But I'm betting with my heart there, not with my head.
Will it be a shotgun wedding? No's a heavy favorite. How do you determine shotgun? So. Yeah, I don't think so either. They're going to drag this out.
And then the first prop I saw that Mason put up offshore was what will happen first. Taylor Swift announces the baby. That was minus 175. Yeah. Kelsey retires plus 135. That was the first market that I saw yesterday.
I say retires.
Do you take the dog?
Yeah. What, is she in a rush? I don't think so.
I don't see why she would be. It feels to me, and again, I have no knowledge of this. It feels to me like he plays one more season. After the playoffs, they go to business, and then the baby comes out 9 months later, August or September.
Mm-hmm. Who's going to sing first at the wedding? Oh, Jason Kelsey's the favorite. Taylor Swift is going to have him sing first at her wedding before herself.
Who would it be? Who are the other options? Is there a market on this?
Yeah, there is. There is.
Who else?
Travis Kelce is the second favorite. Taylor Swift is the third favorite. Then we get into the likes of Selena Gomez. Oh, wow. Stevie Nicks, Shania Twain. Really? Are there connections there? Britney bitch at 20-1. Olivia Rodrigo. If they're friends, that might be one to go with. I don't think it's going to be Kanye.
All I know is I'm happy for them. That's pretty much my level of excitement. Good for them. Whatever. Did you see the woman on CBS News, Olivia Larinaldi?
No.
She was on live TV yesterday on CBS News when the announcement came out, and she lost her mind on live TV. She was, oh my God, they're married. And then she said, quote, I feel like Paul Revere right now. That was her direct quote on national news when the news broke.
I don't understand why people care so much. Like, I don't get it. I heard a conversation with two women yesterday. I'm like, do you really care that much? It's like, this is all I care about today. I'm like, why? I stopped caring as soon as I saw the news. I'm like, oh, okay. Sweet. Whatever. I'm more interested in Donna Cleavage props.
Yes, me too.
That's what.
Dump them out, Donna. Dump them out.
Where's the bachelorette party going to be? That's out there. You can do stuff like that. It's not Vegas. There's no way it's Vegas. Anyways, lightning bets for this Wednesday. Where are you going, Sam?
I've given you already Miami plus the points. I've given you Colorado over 52.5. And Michael Felder has convinced me. Everybody is talking about the under in Texas, Ohio State. And understand the Sharps did bet good numbers, 50.5, 50, 49.5, 49. Now we're at 47.5. I'm ready to buy. I'm going to go over. I think he's totally right. The big plays will be there. Joe, you might have 4 NFL receivers in this game, and you probably have 2 NFL quarterbacks. Sure, they're young. Sure, they're inexperienced. But I think these offenses are better than people think. And Ohio State lost 8 starters on that championship defense. I'm over in Columbus, 47.5.
Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this parlay boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Only at BetMGM. All right. We did the Chiefs preview, and I'm there. Let's do minus 105. I look at it and say this is a bargain. That people are so hot on Chargers, Harbaugh year 2. Look at what the Broncos did with Sean Payton. One of them is going to break through eventually. No, I think the Chiefs are going to win the division for the 10th straight year. Give me the Chiefs minus 105 to win that division. Talked about Clemson ACC. You can find a plus 120 out there. This is your bet, but I want to throw this out there. You've been saying for weeks how sharp guys are like Bills to the Chiefs, and that's plus 180. I love that. And if you want to add something else in, we've been hearing from listeners and viewers all day that are doing that. Keep sending those creative parlays on the upcoming season that you guys have put together. Bet_sweats. Very cool. Let's go to Paul and Jake. Do you guys have anything for today?
Okay, Paul died. Speaking of the creative parlays, can I interest anybody in, you know where this is going. Junior Caminero to hit a home run tonight against Slade Ciccone of the Guardians, who's given up 12 in his last 9 starts. Caminero's been awesome for the Rays. Pair it with Jonathan Grenard elsewhere. Defensive Player of the Year, 300 to 1. Let's rock.
Ooh,
Let's go. Let's go, baby.
Lizard.
Paul, we got a couple seconds. Anything? No, we don't.
Yeah, I got 3 college football futures, but my internet sucks right now, and we got 15 seconds. So I'll get to them tomorrow. Conference futures.
Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. Good stuff. Make sure to hang out on the show, 9 a.m. Eastern. This has been BetSweats, BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to BetSweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.